Geht los jetzt. Ja, ich sag's dir. Ich kann doch nicht durchs Mikrofon sprechen. Nicht den Bass.
Soms de nacht van mijn laten neer, wij doen, wij liggen staan, mij afgaan leiden, dan beste nacht. When God left ons soms sted, geen echt en daar ziet duidelijk. Wijnen gong is de fout, is de wrong like all of me. And I got the stare in my palms, got a little in there. Rolling in my bone, God is stopped there. Yeah, the night is one of them.
Zum Schluss nur das Klavier.
Welcome to Colloquium 51. Why a colloquium? Because we have all experienced a springtime of isolation and crisis, and now we create a summer of purpose. A summer that shows us clearly where we stand, to ask the crucial questions, and prepare ourselves for a new path towards the right goals. We have to be honest with ourselves about whether our ABC still contains the right solutions. That's why we bring together important impulse generators and change makers from politics, sustainable economy, society, science, sport and art to start an open debate about how do we learn new things without falling back into old patterns, and how are we inspired by experiences and history. On our learning journey, we will pass concrete scenarios from the past as well as big plans for the near future, to unleash social consciousness through social creativity, to create a common vision for our actions, and to really start making a difference. So how do we deal with the uncertainty around us? Not by going back, but by starting to wonder what we've learned in the last 100 days, and by applying what we've learned to the next 100 days. That's what we want to undertake jointly with you in the Colloquium 51.
Good morning. Good morning to everyone to the Summer Purpose, the Colloquium 51. This is the 5th day, so the halftime. And in the past days, we have heard so incredibly inspiring and great presentations. If I take a look around, I'm so happy to see the incredible women's power represented, which is absolutely fabulous. The next days will not become any less exciting because we will have very interesting guests in the upcoming days. Today and tomorrow are under the motto of Colloquium 51, as you can see right behind me. So basically, this is the immediate continuation of Summer Purpose 2020, so that the next 2 days will be a direct continuation of that. So it's going to be very interesting and exciting. You can look forward to interesting guests and exciting exchange amongst each other. And now please look forward to the most important person here, which is Hans Reitz. Thank you. Of course I'm not, but yes, you are. No, but today I honestly have to say that it's the first time, I think in a decade, that I'm nervous. I've never been nervous, but I got up this morning, I was nervous. Maybe it has something to do with this incredibly beautiful female power. But I think it's also because the people that are present today are very close to my heart. We are all very close, and over decades, the familiarity has developed. Just as you, Tamra, we have met 1.5 years ago. Yeah, but it feels like a decade because we have worked together so intensely. Yes, and it's also this possibility to interact and people's curiosity, who does what and where and how. And we all carry interesting stories in ourselves. We are all unique creatures and creative. But how was it for you yesterday evening, Claudia? Yes, I also would like to say a warm welcome to everyone. It's great to see so many people in the audience. I'm also a bit nervous. I've been nervous throughout all these days. And I was so surprised to see that it's already day 5. I remember when we had our Friday talks with Claudia Peus and Dieter Frey, and I thought, oh my God, 9 days. How are we going to live through that? But time went flying. The first 4 days, and it was such an intensity and an incredible spirit. And if someone would ask me, what are you actually doing, and what is that, and what's Learnovation, and what's a learning festival, sometimes I start stuttering because it's difficult to describe this. For me, this is a bit unusual because I'm a journalist, and I have a background in the world of language, but there are things you just have to experience them, like having a child. You can explain to someone how it is before, but you have to experience it yourself, and then you really know what it's like. And that's how I feel at this festival, this event, this special, whatever you would like to call it. It is something open, something new. Also, for me, I enjoy it, and I'm so surprised that we already have had these 4 incredible days. I really look forward to today. Yesterday was special. The weather wasn't that nice, and we went into the future. I don't know, is it the cafeteria of this wonderful lab? And we had kind of a mix of people that just met. So it's members from the Beethoven Society and B Corps. And this is a combination that can only take place if Hans is the host. I know that you don't like to hear that, but still, I would like to thank you so much at this point, which is the halftime, and also to everyone who is so cool and so relaxed and integrated into this, and who make everything happen so smoothly without people noticing all of the effort that goes into it. Thank you so much. Well, we are not allowed to invite all of the friends yet. I mean, actually, it was difficult to see whether we were allowed to conduct it in this way. We only received the authorization to do this on Monday, but there's so many more friends, and 10 or 12 years ago, I was so lucky to meet someone. And this person worked with me for 5 to 6 months in the creative lab to drive the topic of social labs. Birgit, can you hear me? Yes, I can. Birgit, it's nice to see you. How are you doing? I'm fine, thank you. It's such a pity that I cannot be with you. But unfortunately this week I just couldn't. Dear Birgit, thinking of the past days and the crisis, and you now are at home in Hamburg, all the way up north. Thinking back to the 1.5 years, what have you learned from the crisis, or you as a family? Oh, we learned a lot, but maybe the things that were particularly important for me, I think one thing was, just as for every deadline you had at the university, if it's necessary, all of a sudden, innovation and learning is possible so quickly. And I thought it was so absolutely great that we can do so many things remotely now. This was definitely an advance for working moms. 5 years ago, working in a medium-sized company, I never would have thought that it would be possible to work from the home office. And now all of a sudden, office structures changed, and basically you only meet for shared work. Everything else can be done at home. This is incredible learning, and I think it also holds a lot of future possibilities for the sites in the city for the future. So the importance to work together is an important learning. We have to do things conjointly, and it only works if it's the government and the private companies together. In Germany, we are in a luxurious situation that we can depend and rely on the government. I actually, in Corona, also saw the situation in Spain and other countries, and I was so privileged to see how the government supports us. In Spain, they couldn't continue the lockdown because they simply lacked the money to support the people in the same way. And despite all of the complaining we do, we also have to recognize and appreciate the amount of security we have in Germany. Personally, what I learned is how extremely dependent families are on childcare. If there's no childcare, everything's gone. And we, as a family, as families, didn't manage to develop in ways that we go back to a system that works. So absolutely sad. And I think we really have to do a lot with that regard. It is something that is very close to my heart. Everyone talks about me work, but what about me family? If we do not start to question our family roles, and if we don't start to talk about fathers and mothers, we will not be able to be successful, because thinking of the society, we in part have very outmoded views. Yes, thinking of the Lego Foundation, they always talk about parenthood. This is a word I like. I myself am also a parent. I have 4 children, and now I'm also in the grandparenthood, if you will. So, Birgit, in the future, you are the managing director of Life Hamburg. Education always was and will be the key to the future. That probably won't change, right? No, not at all. On the contrary, I read the book Drawdown. The most important measures are regarding climate change, and it's essential that we understand what we do and what the consequences are of our actions. But the problem that I have is the word education. I try to look up a definition, and there is no uniform definition. I think we have to move away from the word education to learning. Learning is what we are doing ever since we have come to the world. We learn because of curiosity, mimicking, copying, trying things out, and that's where we have to go back to. We have to go back to this. So every little flame that a child has inside, because when learning to walk, they get up, fall down, again and again. And if you think of education, it means that if you try to walk and you fall down, then the world is over, and that's the wrong approach. So I think I would prefer to use the word learning. Okay, learning, enjoying learning, etc. We also learned that we don't call it home office, but a corona office. And I hope that now we can enter a summer office and can go to our home office voluntarily. And lifelong learning is also something that we want to teach each other. So how can you learn lifelong learning? It's really not that easy, thinking of the educational system being structured in a different way. So what kind of transformation is needed in the educational system to prepare us for this challenge? Well, first and foremost, we have to move away from this idea of a transfer of knowledge towards problem solutions. So the knowledge that we have every day becomes more and more. So it's not about learning or about we have to learn to reflect. I have encountered many people, met many people that didn't think about things, didn't ponder about things, which is extremely difficult. And we have to move towards a collaboration. And I found a very interesting example in Estonia. They changed all of their math classes to computer-based. And they say, okay, we have to recognize that a computer is much better at doing math than we humans, much faster, much more complex. But we humans have to learn what to tell the computer so that they can do all of the math. And children at the age of 10 learn to solve very complex math problems because they do not have to learn how to do, for example, complicated and complex algebra, pen and paper, but they have to learn to word the things correctly so as to enter the order into the computer, and then they can solve the most complex problems. So if we do this, we can enter complex processes in a much faster way. This is so important for our educational system, and then you move away from just consuming information, and then you would arrive at a situation in which you can learn and you can very quickly pursue the things you're interested in. And I think then, as a society, we stay hungry if we have these possibilities. Tia Birgit, to listen to you, and I've been doing this for 10 to 12 years, and I know your family, your sense of family, and I also know how much you do for other people, other families, and people that don't have a family. People like you say, I'm confident we will be able to do this. It won't happen automatically. It will require a lot of energy. Thank you so much for joining. I hope that we soon meet in Hamburg live, and next year during the Summer of Purpose we will be able to welcome you here in Munich, hopefully with your entire family. We will definitely offer childcare for all ages. It's so great to hear you and see you. All the best. Thank you very much. Goodbye. Bye-bye. Birgit Terrius-Ruppendorf, an incredibly great family, the Heraeus family, very committed and engaged in society. Now we are allowed to welcome our two friends here, and they really understood that at the universities it's not only about transferring knowledge, but Claudia, who has founded the Institute of Lifelong Learning, and with this did not only take a reformative but a revolutionary step. Thank you so much for this. And Dieter, with his great Institute for People Management and Leadership. Yeah, I was about to say the stage is all yours. Wonderful.
Yeah, you have the floor. And off you go. Well, good morning from me too. We have a total of 15 minutes, right? That's correct. And actually, I thought I could make a start. And then maybe I will talk for about 7 minutes, plus minus. And now, what I'm saying is it's always easier to give a long speech rather than a short one. And the initial question was, what did we learn from the pandemic? Now, what do we do? Maybe you shouldn't expect a lot of new things from me. I just thought about picking up pieces, mosaic puzzle pieces, and we could actually maybe bring them together. So the pandemic has been, and still is, a major opportunity for reflection in our professional and private life, and also for society at large. So it is like the fire brigade after each of their deployments ask what has been working pretty well, what was not working well, and then we hear what people appreciate is deceleration, and always there's a need of reflection, and people refer to that when they talk about the pandemic. At the same time, however, we need reflection about the things or on the things that did not go well in our private lives, in society. And then we also need to think about new ways to explore new avenues, not only to think about how was the pandemic, what kind of impact did it have on the society and on our lives, but also what can we derive from that. And now I turn to something bigger. And I think it is an opportunity to define which society we want to live in Europe, in the world. We have to be much more cosmopolitan, and we need a reflection on what, for me and for us, is a self-determined, successful life like. Now let us pick up some of these puzzle pieces. So I get my inspiration predominantly from Karl Popper. An open society and its enemy, the dogmatism, is quite essential. And then the opportunity, where do we want to live in? It is an open, sustainable, humane society, which, however, has to meet certain requirements. Ideally, or Popper says, we will not achieve the ideals because there's no absolute truths in the in science, but we have to actually try and work towards the absolute truth, even in science. So, and Popper says we have to actually get closer to our ideal, to approach it, but we'll never reach it. And of course, there are examples like Vatican, National Socialism, communism. These are ideals, but they never really worked. And wherever we consider these concepts to be top marks, everything else is destroyed. So what we want is an open, sustainable, and humane society. But we have to talk openly about the deficits that we have been confronted with. And there are always deficits. So what do I learn from Karl Popper? I need a critical, rational discussion. Of course, it can be passionate, should be even, but unfortunately, we don't have a good communication because in many companies, families, environments, we don't have this critical, rational discussion, which we need. And there are three things that we need to work at. Popper says, and we should actually be imaginative. Let us just think ahead. Let us actually try and think the unthinkable, because this takes science further. We live in a country which is so privileged. And I mean, we are very fortunate because we have been living in peace for 70 years. No other generation had this fortune in the last 2,000 years, but we do not activate the potential in the universities. We have to be more thinking about out of the box. We have to support the critical thinkers, not only entrepreneurs, but also intrapreneurs. Especially when we look at the vaccine, we have a gigantic potential. Our research shows every member of the staff has about 20 ideas to improve processes, but still these people run around their lives with the handbrake on, because there's too much fear, too much reservations, a lot of barriers that Popper also mentions, these dogmatic systems of thinking. It's like the Politburo in East Germany. So it's really that level where it is about power. Power is of the essence, and power doesn't allow free thinking. So I would advocate free inventive activity. And then secondly, Popper says in his last book, science is problem solving, and this is what science has to do. We have to actually make people, we have to enable them, empower them to become problem solvers. In every school at the university, people have ideas, but unfortunately they don't have the chance to actually to become real problem solvers. Thirdly, the third aspect that we have been neglecting in universities and schools is to really assist the development of personalities. And I actually discovered personalities here, there, and there. What are these people? People that make a difference, that actually have a position. Liberal minds. I would actually define this as a club of free minds, liberal minds, humanistic and target-oriented liberal thinkers. We have to be innovative, otherwise we cannot actually retain our standard of living. And if you're not innovative, and if we do not communicate, then maybe we can actually hardly achieve the values that we hold so dear. So we need personalities. So if I advocate an open, sustainable, and humane society, I need an idea for communication, an environment that helps me to be open-minded, to address things without fear. Because at our companies, we have promoted the wrong people, unfortunately. Too many narcissists, psychopaths, Machiavellists in leadership positions who actually do not invent anything, who do not explore liberal thinking, are not experts in problem solving, are not people who make the difference. And they block these people who would wish to be these new people. So we need this compass, if you will, of values to create this open, humane, and sustainable society. There's a similar idea of Max Weber. It is great to have an ethics system, especially a system that says you are responsible for being active, for your activities, for your acts, and also for being not active, for choosing not to become active. Now you see, I haven't said a lot of new things, but I've made an attempt. So I try to incorporate and integrate ideas of good people, of brilliant thinkers. Karl Popper, of course, number one. And of course, I mean, Immanuel Kant, also with the European Enlightenment, also plays a part. Confucius, of course, this is what Claudia has initiated with the lifelong learning process, who does not learn on the basis of their mistakes, are doomed to commit the second error. Of course, this is true. There's a lot of good ideas. There's the lady, what is her name? Who I also appreciate, just the names escaped me. So the necessity that we need to explore a process of lifelong development. And of course, Max Weber or Hans Jonas, responsibility. He said we are responsible for two things, the planet and human dignity. So what it goes to say is we do not need to reinvent the wheel. A lot has been thought already. And Roman Herzog, for instance, we don't have a problem of getting to know things, but we have a problem with the implementation, and we need to motivate people. And there is this compass of values. Humanism plus excellence, humanism plus performance, humanism plus innovation. And we've got very many people, when I look around here, also with BASF and Volkswagen, who have been trying to implement that. And very often we are desperate because we do not succeed in the short run. So this is what I wanted to share with you. Because I don't think we have to reinvent the wheel, but we have to learn to reflect where are our strong points, where are our deficits, the weaknesses, and then we have to try and achieve an ideal that we, of course, will never reach. And this is what Confucius and Karl Popper always said, or Max Weber. Well, this rounds up my point of view, and I'm trying to implement it. So we do a lot of research about ethical leadership, and Claudia joined in that, who also helped build up our institute at the university, LMU. So we found out good leadership makes sure that a lot more scientists have a lot more publications, for instance. If we have poor leadership, then no, there's fewer publications. And unfortunately, people are not trained enough when it comes to leadership questions. And those who shout loudest and are very good at presenting themselves, they will make it into leadership position, unfortunately. And then they block everything that could be dangerous to them. So 70%, just as I said, run their cars with the handbrake on. And therefore, I say, we need you. We need the liberal minds, the innovators and thinkers. Thank you very much, Dieter, for setting the framework. I mean, we talked about it first, and I want to focus on the topic of leadership and maybe give you or share with you a few impulses. What can we expect from the future? What need we take into consideration? A lot of things are not new, but some ideas can create an aha effect. And I can give you some data that comes from the empiric research, and we can also give you literature references. So question one that we have been trying to address is, what are the values that leaders work on? So actually, there has been a questionnaire sent out, and we have done interviews with leaders, and we asked about the subjective assessment. And interestingly enough, the last 7 years, remained relatively stable, but there was one value, one score in the year of the pandemic actually escalated. It was the question of respect. Vis-a-vis previous years, it actually gained 10 points. And this is a lot in the empirical research. And it showed us that this pandemic came to show us how vulnerable we are, each one individually and also we as a society. Pandemic has shown us that we have to respect other people, also people who are described as being relevant to the system, but who maybe we as a society and maybe in the past and now are not giving the respect that would be due to these people. It is my hope, though, that this humanism that Dieter mentioned is finally integrated in the leadership culture, that we will see many more leaders who conceive themselves to be servants to the company, their corporate culture, and we call it servant leadership. And we have done a lot of research concerning leaders who learn to subordinate themselves, and what is even more important, actually, that show a degree of humbleness. Because we are not in control of everything that we think we are in control of. And therefore, servant leadership is an attitude, an approach, a humanistic approach. Empirically, we did a lot of research before the pandemic and then also in crisis situations. For instance, one company was taken over by another one, and the staff had a lot of fears for the future, and this was seen even empirically in the numbers of sick members of staff. And those who described their leaders as servant leaders, there was not a lot of change because there was this trust in the leadership activities. People thought, okay, whatever is happening, I will be guided by the leaders appropriately. So servant leadership and similar approaches where leaders see themselves as servants, I think, have become more important than ever.
And the other side of servant leadership is narcissism in management positions. The difficult thing about narcissism is the Janus-headedness. So we have people who are visionary, who are very self-confident and appear accordingly. This is the difficulty, and this is why certain people are chosen to these leadership positions, because the people find these people convincing. We conducted a work which will be published next week, a work with founder teams, and at the beginning the members were enthused about these narcissists, and they said, this is super, the subjective performance of the team is super. And then we accompanied the teams for more than 6 months, and we saw it tilts. This subjective and objectively measured performance. We set up expert reports based on business plans, etc. And all of a sudden you see it goes down, it changes. And then we asked the team members why. And they said, at the beginning, I thought it was great. They were so convincing. And after a few weeks, they noticed, I don't have a voice. Nobody takes me seriously. My ideas don't count because it's only about this person, mostly a male. So, in other words, what we need, and Hans mentioned it already on Monday, is an early warning system. We have to make sure that we don't give too much responsibility to narcissists. Dieter mentioned it already, the dark triad. Narcissism, psychopaths, Machiavellism. And I think our systems, our selection systems, our promotion systems have to be changed so that they can identify this, so that we don't give these people too much responsibility. What can contribute to this is different leadership structures. I think most organizations are discussing a change of these hierarchical structures, and I think we have seen many interesting examples already. Maybe interesting examples also come from universities without it being too visible. In universities, for instance, with the exception of the president and the chancellor, the vice president, so if you like, the other board members, they only do these jobs part-time. The other half of their time, they are just regular and normal chairs. And why is this interesting? Because the decision that they make as a board member, they have to execute. And they, as a consequence, have two perspectives. They ask themselves, does this make sense? Do I want my chair to be controlled in that way so that I have to deliver these reporting numbers? I think this is stressful, but it is very helpful because this decision-making process basically happens at two levels. First of all, what does it mean for the entire organization? In this case, the TU Munich. But also, what does this mean for the individual chairs? And what does this mean for my PhD students? So they process these questions at different levels. And in certain areas, I think this could be a very interesting approach. Or another topic that I also learned with great surprise. In architecture, it doesn't happen rarely to share a chair. I was totally surprised to see that there was a double pack of two people applying for one job. And I was thinking, this can't be. And the colleague said, yes, this is normal. Because one half of your time you spend for the chair and the other half of your time you spend for your architecture office. It works great. They have different perspectives, different attitudes. And at the end of the day, everybody benefits. And I thought this is interesting. Even in a university, although in one department, if you like, and one faculty, it is lived practice, other faculties and departments consider this to be totally impossible. So what conditions could make these things happen? Could be conducive to this. I think we have to look at prototypes. We conducted an analysis where we looked at job applications, job descriptions in different industries, but it was always about executives and managers. We just tried to figure out what attributes are used. And honestly, we were surprised to see that in more than 70% of cases, the dominating attributes were classical male stereotype. We look an assertive, dominant decision maker. I'm exaggerating, but only a little bit. So you look for people who are rational, who are ice cold when it comes to decision making. And I was asking myself, why is this good? Somebody who is just a tough decision maker. Why is that the right person in a specific position? And then the attributes that we learn from these different job ads we used for different experiments. And we then designed job ads that basically reflected this. And we also designed other job ads that reflected another stereotype, that were more female, so to speak. There it was about responsibility, can act as a coach and mentor, can promote others, can promote personalities. Most would agree that these are attributes that are important for executives today. But we don't see them in the job ads. And what we can show very clearly is the following. If we have male job ads, then this deters women. Women don't apply for this job because they say, I don't belong there. And probably there are also many men who feel deterred. So in other words, we need different prototypes. What makes a good executive? And it comes down to things that Dieter mentioned. Promote innovative thinking, inventiveness, promote pioneering spirit. It's not just the tough decision maker. And at the end of the day, we at universities have to reconsider our philosophies and our ideologies. I think we still focus too much on the principal agent model, the Homo economicus model. So the human as a decision maker who looks for rational things. And if we take a look at the principal agent, well, this model inherently inherits a lot of mistrust. So the principal has to control the agent. And I think this is also something that we have learned during the pandemic. The pandemic for many executives meant a huge loss of control overnight. It didn't just mess up their plannings, but all of a sudden, I had to control my employees. I have to check whether they are really sitting at their desk at 7:30 a.m. And I have to manage the team, although they're all at home. So a loss of control. And in the US, we saw many different approaches where the executives desperately tried to restore control. There was a lot of espionage software programs that were installed. And we have also seen situations in Germany where private detectives were hired. They were supposed to check, is this person really sitting at their desk at home? You're shaking your head. Yeah, it is totally absurd. But still, maybe I can control whether this person is sitting at their desk, but I can't really see what they are doing. Maybe even the software could do and identify this. But at the end of the day, and this brings us back to the nerds and the creative artfish, thinking about something totally different, writing something on social media, maybe this is the guarantor for success of tomorrow because they come up with a different idea. They create followers. They create a whole group of interested persons. We can't know this. Having said that, and this is my second big point, we require respect and we require much more trust. Executives have to take a pioneering role and give trust to others. It doesn't mean anything goes. It means I communicate the ultimate purpose, the ultimate goal, but I trust my employees and I don't try to control them. And last but not least, this is my third point, executives are now asked to consider human basic needs. Well, the pandemic was a huge loss of control for many of us, and executives, as a consequence, are even more asked to restore control. Psychology has nicely shown that control is not just primary control, so I can exert influence directly, it's also secondary control. So the explainability and predictability is what it comes down to, and I think the executives have to bear huge responsibility in the context of what is possible to explain, to predict certain things. And in the end, human needs have to be fulfilled, like the search for purpose. And they have to ask themselves, what is my role as an executive? What is the purpose of the business? And what is the purpose of our group? And then stage an open dialogue on this. So, in a nutshell, these were my thoughts. These are the things that we actually have been conducting at the Institute here in Munich. In addition to knowledge on technological developments, and we also want to ask ourselves, what does this mean? What does my responsibility mean if I delegate things to an algorithm? And at the end of the day, and this brings us to the ultimate goal of the session, values. So asking ourselves, what can I do personally and professionally to make sure that this sustainability transformation is made possible economically, ecologically, and socially? Thank you very much. Thank you so much, Professor Peuss, Professor Dr. Frey. Now, the odd fish and the free spirits. This might be a headline for the next Summer of Purpose 2022. Odd fish and free spirits. Why not? I think our next speaker also belongs to this category. Doesn't he? Yeah, okay, he's nodding. Born in the city of Mozart, Salzburg. He's also an odd fish. He's an author, teacher, and free dancer. What a great mix. He is the initiator of the common good economy environment. So a very warm welcome to our odd fish, Christian Felber. Good morning. What can I do for you? I was invited to present the common good economy. The common good economy is a sustainable business model that was invented 10 years ago in Austria, Bavaria, and South Tyrol. And in the last 10 years, this initiative that can also be called as a successor model to the social market economy, has developed into a sustainable, social, ecological, fully ethical market economy model in 33 countries. We have an international association, and 15 countries are members of this association, and in more and more business areas, this basic idea is prevailing, i.e. that all economic activities have to be geared to the common good, to the common good economy. Now here on this poster, you can see the presentation of 10 specific practical prototypes that characterize the basic vision of the common good economy in companies, in banks, in cities and municipalities, in regions. Recently, the Ammersee region asked us how they can become a common good economy region, but it is first and foremost nation states and international organizations. And first of all, or first and foremost, the basic ideas and values of business have to be defined. And economy, actually, as such, has to be defined. I'm smiling, as you can see, because if you look into the business textbooks, then in the leading textbooks, you will not find a definition of economy. You will find a definition of economics, the management of scarce resources. But if you think about the efficient management of scarce resources, efficiency, is that a value in and of itself? Is efficiency a goal? For what goal? And this goal is not really part of this definition that you find in textbooks. And the scarce resources are not defined either. So the textbooks offer a very dissatisfying definition of economics and no definition of economy. And this is exactly what the common good economy does. We define what economy means, what the basic values of business activities are. There are economic analyses, and I'm thinking of Ms. Peuss and Mr. Frey, that the value system that is now transported is a system of values, although the economics says they don't communicate any values. But the value system is not transparent. it is basically intrinsic, and it's a combination of a maximization of benefits, of profits, of KPIs, so not of values or goals, but of means, and with constant growth. And this is not possible in any biological system. And if you take these four so-called economic values and compare them to the basic values of our constitutions, human dignity, we have heard it, solidarity, justice, sustainability, and democracy, then you don't find anything that merges and can be reconciled. Article 5 of our constitution says that this is exactly differently. And how do we interpret this? In economic education, there is a totally different system of values being communicated compared to the constitution. And in all constitutions, in all other constitutions, there are definitions. And the Bavarian constitution does not make a definition. They don't say the goal is the accumulation of capital. Then what we're doing today would be legitimate. And the KPIs should be defined accordingly. And this would then be covered by the Bavarian constitution. But there is no constitution on this planet that could, or that defines KPIs, be it the GDP, as that legitimizes this as goal.
Tätigkeit dient dem Gemeinwohl.
Would serve the common good. This is what it actually says, and this is something that you do not find in any textbook. Maybe in the first alternative textbooks, but what we're trying to do is we are trying to actually put things right again that are off right now. And if it says in the basic law that the fact that you own something comes with an obligation, I mean, in the Colombian Constitution, 12 Latin American states came together for a continental local chapter for the common good to found this. And in the Colombian Constitution, it says that the economic initiatives is free, which is what we want and support, but within the context of the common good. And here it would be the famous image of the donut, but at the same time the social limitations, the social, cultural, human rights. And this is the reason for engaging in economic activities. And that is why the goal of economic activities should be the common good. And all economic activities then should be defined democratically by the population. We have very many examples from different disciplines, not economy, but the barefoot economy from Chile. And all of this interculturally, so across all cultures and across all times, would lead to the same results. For people, what's important is health, being satisfied with their lives, good relationships that work, a stable and intact ecosystem, a working democracy, and also safeguarded basic rights and freedom, peace. And if this is a constant throughout space and time, and these are anthropological constants also according to international value studies, why do we not target this specifically with a common good index, for example, and derive from this, ideally democratically put together with a common good balance sheet for companies, which means that we would ask companies, what do you contribute to fulfill these basic values as defined in a constitution? And also regarding every single investment before the bank or the stock market would take a look at the risk evaluation or assessment. We have an evaluation of the ethical aspects and consequences regarding the future of the environment, social cohesion, and the equity of distribution, gender equality, empathy, everything that is important and holy to us. So this would be so simple and so trite a common good economy, or economy for the common good. Then maybe also something I would like to add, and in social scientific textbooks, I would love to see that this differentiation of an economy for the common good that this is a heartfelt economy, that this is a common sense economy. So economics for the common good is an economy of the common sense. Aristotle 2,000 years ago already decided this, and he said that this original economy was an economy for the common good. That was the goal, the common good. And if we turn it around, he warned, then if we focus primarily as multiplying your capital, your money, then it is not an economy. Then it is clematis decay. So back then, this was, striving for material goods was frowned upon. Up to the neoclassic period, it always was the case. Adam Smith talked about universal positive intent, but they only quote from Betska Brauer, and Aristotle said, but you should really not do this. Focus on the economic benefit. Nowadays, we call this capitalism, and within capitalism, it's the correct methodology, and it's legitimate to, first of all, going for the financial profit, increasing this. And the success of the economy is based on how successful you are in generating a benefit and a profit. But capitalism is the opposite of an economy. That's what Aristotle already said. So we should not turn this around. In a real economy that really deserves this name, financial resources are exactly that. They're only a means to an end. And what we have enshrined in our constitutions and what's dormant in our hearts, if we take the time, go into the quiet, and listen very attentively, then these are also the goals of an economy we want for the future, an economy for the common good. And I would like to also enlighten this graphically. See? So capitalism is possible, but the other would be the economy for the common good. We should take the freedom to decide for the type of economy that resonates more deeply with us. Thank you very much. Thank you, dear Christian. I would like to go back to these people that are a bit offish and strange, crazy characters. You cannot keep it that way. Wangari Maathai had this metaphor. Wangari Maathai, for those who weren't present 2 or 3 days ago, the first woman receiving the Peace Nobel Award, from Africa. And she used a nice metaphor. The forest was burning and all the animals fled from the forest, and there was this little hummingbird which brought drops here and there, little drops to put out the fire. And the big elephants in this story then said, but what are you doing? What is the point of doing that? How can this help? And the little mockingbird then answered, if everyone gives their best, then it will be sufficient for everyone. Sorry, the hummingbird, not the mockingbird. And what you did in the last 10 years, I call this a business symphony, just as Beethoven was active in Vienna, not only Mozart. And I hope you have the best of luck in your activities. And you need financial support. You have certified the organization, and you will be a member of the Beethoven Society. Best of luck. Don't give up. I know how hard you have been fighting for 10 years now. So business symphonies, whether it's family companies like yours, dear Michael, who have been doing this for several decades, or stock companies, stock-listed companies, they are not as such bad. They were founded so that over the course of decades, one can carry the consequences of possible losses together. That's the reason why stock companies were founded. But now you are not allowed to have any losses anymore. But the first big stock company that was founded in Germany was founded based on the idea that you share losses together so that the people can make it through the winter. So stock companies as such come from this idea of doing things in communities. So the thing that one person cannot do alone, people will manage to do together. We know what family-run companies can do and how they can perform. But also stock companies are a community in itself. So they venture on tackling a certain task together. And it is a real pleasure now to welcome Sabina from SAP. Can you hear us, Sabina? Oh, we'll do that later? Okay, but are we good time-wise? Okay, no, then I am lucky. Well, then let's do something else. So, dear Sorry, we have known each other for 14 years, and I remember how 14, 15 years ago we were sitting around a table similar to outside. We had organized the management event for it. Together, and I think we were sitting here together and we asked ourselves, why are you going through all of this effort? Why are you doing this, inflicting this upon yourself? And you said, because this is out of the love of your daughter, because you want to build up a world in which it can live a good life. And I know how hard you worked. In the past 10 to 15 years, every day you work towards humanity, towards the right cause within this company. I'm always so glad if you come and cooperate with us. You are a huge beacon of hope here in Germany, and your spirit has prevailed in many companies. It's wonderful that you're here, and you brought data and facts and numbers, which are just as important as philosophy. So I'm so glad to welcome you here and look very much forward to your presentation. Yes, Hans, I didn't only bring data, numbers, facts, but I also wanted to bring hope and inspiration today, because the change of pattern or the shift of paradigm takes place. And why did I say this about my daughter? Because it's about the next generation. It's not simply about us anymore. We are probably the last and the only generation that actively can take up responsibility when it comes to digitalization and climate change. The question is, do we do things or do we not do certain things? Just as Mr. Fry said, if we don't do something, it also means that we take over responsibility. So that is what was really missing, the active taking on of responsibility. Maybe you could briefly show the presentation. Let's see whether this works. Here it is. Okay. So why do I have hope? Why is there a shift of paradigm? The agenda on sustainability is not part of a department anymore. By now it has arrived everywhere, not only in economy, which we see on the right, looking at the chart, but per year we have more than 270 requests regarding these numbers and figures. So next to Mrs. von der Leyen, which wants to turn Europe to the first climate neutral continent up to 2050, and now China also has declared clear goals. And the financial industry, and I really want to point that out, is in a process of massive transformation, and this transformation is historical. It really and truly is. Why? This is what I would like to explain using my presentation today. What's interesting is, years ago we already started to look into this. 2017, we asked 9,000 peoples, expert, NGOs, key opinion leaders, scientists, what do you see, what will happen in the next years? And when we saw this chart, we were quite surprised how quickly there will be an increase in innovations up until they are in full bloom. Now we're in the year 2021. That is why I brought this chart along, because I thought this was so fascinating. And back then I was just amazed and I thought, wow, this is tomorrow. But today we are in the tomorrow. In that tomorrow, I see a host of different new technologies which are massively being used already. New material, bio-based materials. Our clients say they want to have 80 to 90% of their products consisting of biodegradable products. For example, in the field of personal care applications and cosmetics, they want to replace currently used materials for these. And electromobility, why is it right at the end? Of course, we already have that. However, the idea here was, up until when will we have the access to charging stations, etc.? And I think that will take some time. So back then this was interesting for us, and it inspired us, and it was about thinking, how can we design the future today? And I would like to give you hope, because in the past months and since May last year, there were 250 rules of the Green Deal that we analyzed in detail. What's interesting is that currently in the political debate, just as in Brussels, there are very many wish lists also regarding rules and regulations. How can we have a shift of paradigm when it comes to this? There are lots of concerns. How can we enter a sustainable transformation? And today I would like to bring some hope. Why? When we move through all of these regulations and analyze them, we saw that this is the beginning of a huge wave of innovation we will have to face. Why? Because of this, more than 100 innovation markets will develop. Nowadays, we do not even know what kind of markets these are. And I gave you the example of circular economy here. What you see for the first time would be new fields of innovation, from mechanical recycling, plastic recycling, metal recycling, recycling of batteries, biodegradable materials, etc. It's a host of different fields of opportunity. And I saw these markets in the same way in the field of sustainable transportation. It also exists for fields of new food in the future, new proteins, new ways in which we can live the principle of diversity in agriculture, buy better weather data, less plant products or products that are supposed to protect the plants, better prediction of periods of drought, and the future is much brighter than we can imagine it to be, and this is what we have to take care of. We have to find areas where we can find solutions. This is really missing in this discussion. Where are those that help to collaborate to actively design the future? And by the way, the future is better than the past, and why these markets have an average growth of 2 to up to 35% per year.
Now imagine we here in Germany and Europe were to start developing these technologies. Of course, we have to talk about transition periods. I mean, there are new regulations. They are massive. They have a significant impact on many of today's fields of application. Look at the motor car or automotive industry. This is intensive transformation that we see even today, and it's not easy at all. Still, I'm confident. So what is this new paradigm shift? The core of it is, if you look at it from the helicopter, the following pattern appears. We come from the era of globalization, where volume growth was at the essence. But when we understand that we have finite resources of the earth, and as Mr. Rams said, the chief inventor of Brown, the good design specialist, the time for thoughtless consumption and thoughtless production at the expense of the coming generation is over. And this means that the next S-curve of transformation is a transformation into an economy at the center of which is smart utilization of resources at all levels. This is the fundamental paradigm shift, and we are right in it, and we have to think much more deeply about the product design of the future, the product of the future. How can we get better functionality with fewer resources? Couldn't we possibly lease, share things rather than buy and produce all the time? And how do we create value? The future, and this is not about figures only, it's about value added in the future, because in the future we do not talk about volume at the center of it all, but we will reach a transformation where we talk about value and values that become more and more visible. And it's about company, and therefore I'm really thankful for the ethical guidance, because we will see through the digital development what kind of attitude a company has. What do we stand for? So why am I confident against the backdrop of all that? Because what I see, and this is true also for the alliance, the Value Alliance, is unique, truly unique. In 2017, we had 117 billion euro economic losses, weather-related, by storms and floods and so on. Today, in 2021, This number has risen to 240 billion because of environmental risks. And the industries have understood that environmental risk is not only cost or expenses, these are financial risks as well. And therefore, they play a part because it has an impact. If in agriculture 40% of the soil is lost, and at the same time we have to actually give food to 3 billion people. We have 240 billion euro in stranded assets, that is assets that are not operable under the Paris Agreement. How do we transform these assets when the economists are worried because politicians just come up with wish lists, but they do not talk to political and economic actors as to what can we do. What still makes me think positive is that there is a transformation of the economy, of business as well, because the funds that now base their investments on sustainability criteria are growing, because the BaFin had actually set new criteria for offering loans, and financial regulations are transforming as well. Exactly at this moment, CNBC reported 21 billion US dollars were spent in Q1 in sustainable investment. That is as much as in the whole of the year 2019. That means sustainable financing will become a future model, which again means that if the financial investors, and we see that the finance industry, the financial sector accepts this, that the whole economy is going to change. But there's one thing that is worrying. The financial sector tends to only invest in green tech, only organic biological things like solar panels and wind farms. The issue is, if we do not put anyone in the boat, all the other branches and industries as well, then we have a limited impact, because we still have 22 million tons of CO2 at the beginning of the supply chain. And when you buy a product at the end of the supply chain, you don't see the beginning. So you don't have the holistic approach. What we need to do, we have got to improve the whole value-added chain. Only then we reach a genuine transition. When we actually reduce the 22 million down to zero, then we really are disruptive enough. What's the underlying rationale? I think it leads us to the same direction as the previous speaker touched upon. Why are we in a paradigm shift? Let's consider the balance sheets. I mean, they were actually invented by Lucio Pacioli in the 16th century, Italian. Actual figures, debt and credit, later developed into shareholder value, and the objective of that was maximizing profit and dividend. And very often when it comes to the economy, I mean, is it really appropriate to operate on the basis of the economic knowledge of the 16th century? Actually, we saw a change 13 years ago, inspired by Michael Porter, who talked about shared value. What does all that mean, this paradigm shift? What does it mean for us when it comes to steering enterprises, controlling companies? It's about systemic value. When we understand that the resources of the earth are finite, then the environment and the environmental resources are the framework within which we have to move. And to add value, to create value, and this is Michael Otto is actually has been doing for a number of years, we have to create value for society, and not only and not exclusively for businesses. And therefore business has to become part of the solution. We calculated the value that we have been creating. Nowadays, this is the balance sheet that we introduced 8 years ago. The amber bars are profit with all the suppliers of BASF, we and our clients. What is interesting, what do we create in terms of social value? Wages have purchasing powers, and robots do not purchase. So 70 billion purchasing power is generated every year. And how important it is that a person in our balance sheet is not only a cost factor, but also a value, was visible in the pandemic. Job insecurity leads to wage insecurity, and which means people are not willing to buy. And this has a macroeconomic impact, because the state needs to invest enormous sums, and the taxpayer has to pay for all of that. The environment didn't have a value in the balance sheet. It was not a cost factor either. So here we tried for the first time, we look at it from the monetary point of view. The fact that BASF doesn't show anything here in the diagram means that we were too small. But what I want to say is the core question that we need to confront is what is being optimized at the capital market if human beings and the environment are not assigned a value to, and we contribute, so we cooperate with Otto and other groups. Let us think about something new. Let us think about how we can indeed take on more responsibility and create a greater value. So this is based on scientific knowledge. We have been working together with many universities. What is the link between greenhouse gas and sea level rise, climate patterns, and so on and so forth? This data is incredibly important. This is the alliance that we have formed. We have 50 million data cubes per country in order to really scientifically look at all of that. And we are very grateful, this is my last slide, that we are not alone in this. We have found many in this alliance that share our ideas. And these are the initial groups that have become members. In February, we recruited 100 more companies from the US that have become members of our alliance. These are major groups. We have been working with the EU Commission, with the big standardizers like FIS, because the businesses need a voice in this transition. We need pragmatic, simple solutions to facilitate this transformation. And we need inspiration from the scientists, Harvard University, Technical University, Munich, Mannheim University, the Hamburg University, Professor Bassen, for instance. And we need people who actually review all of that. And therefore, I've been very grateful that in summer we initiated the first pilot. Sorry, we didn't initiate, but we concluded the first pilot, where we had this balance sheet, and that was actually completed with these groups, and the result was it has been working. It is applicable for each and every one. It follows a pragmatic approach. We need one person of the staff, one specialist who works for 3 months on that. So I've come here, Hans, to sow the seed of hope. And what I've seen is really we are in a transformative process, and it means success also for corporations means to create added value for the environment, for the planet, and for the businesses as well. Thank you very much for your invitation.
Thank you, Saori. Thank you to the entire team that is supporting you in this. Hans Rössling, wonderful person, unfortunately passed away. Factfulness, responsibility is what he preached, and in the end, or at the end of his presentations, he saw, whenever I see these facts and figures, it does not only make me optimistic, it doesn't make me pessimistic either. So he said, I'm not an optimist, I'm not a pessimist, I'm not a realist, but I'm a possibilist. And the possibility that things get well is still there. We haven't lost the game yet. So if we take efforts like the little birds, we can still make change happen. For that, you have to be able to connect with others. Dear Khan, you went from Procter & Gamble to SAP, and when we learned a few weeks ago that we can plan, there was a planning stop because of the pandemic, so we had to look for a new home a few weeks ago. It wasn't that easy, and SAP then said, well, we have this wonderful room here, and you get a ticket. And then we co-funded this with you, and I'm very happy to have the work director of SAP now on the screen. Sabine, can you hear us? Of course I can. We met yesterday. It was a great conversation. We do the Summer of Purpose because we are curious and eager to get to know new people. You bear a lot of responsibility. So if you look at system thinking and human-based thinking and human-centric management today, what are the future skills that we and everybody will need. And where is the greatest transformation leverage? Well, I came to SAP in January, and for the first time in my life, I am in charge of people and operations. I traditionally come from the gender management. So why is this so interesting? Because SAP is undergoing a transformation, and this brings us to the topic that is being discussed here. In technology, it comes down to humans. It's the greatest resource, because technology companies cannot be successful without the right people. And if you take this perspective and look at it from this angle, then of course we have to make sure that the focus is on humans regarding everything that we are doing. It sounds so simple, but in reality, in big companies, it is a challenge because, of course, there are so many other factors and aspects that need to be considered and that are intertwined with this, whether it is product development in technology companies, whether it is process angles, whether it is sales figures. But at the end of the day, we need to do the right thing for the people. And if we then ask ourselves, how do we enable people in very complex and rapidly changing industries? We see an acceleration because of digitization, and now because of the pandemic, another digitization acceleration. So how do we enable people to be and stay successful, and thus to make companies that these people work for successful? And it comes down to learning, curiosity, and enabling managers and leaders that give this freedom to their employees, that create free and safe spaces so that people have the feeling that they can dare do new things and can learn. And one of the most important topics in this is leadership. So the skills of leaders have to be rearranged and changed, and the right culture has to be created. Well, that's not easy. Enabling people. Do we need a next generation for this? Or do you hope that this works with the current generation of executives and managers? Well, I think I'm a possibilist myself. I think at the end of the day, it comes down to the versatility of people. So if there's something that characterizes people, it is the ability to adjust to new situations. But of course, you have to enable them, and you have to focus on the emotions and convictions. Of course, we have to make sure that people and managers understand what we want to reach. What is this transformation all about? They need to know that they get the right skills offers so that they don't have the impression that if they now admit that they need support in this, that this is kind of a devaluation of their skills and of their role. It is totally normal that we also have a transformation and change in management, and this has to be fostered by education, and there's always this threshold. I mean, normally the best in their field are promoted. This is the classical structure, if people are ambitious enough, of course. So we come from this manager knowledge. We have to change it. People have to enable their people. They have to coach them. They have to encourage them. They have to help them set the right priorities. And of course, this is a totally different job. I think that a big number of managers will join forces, but there will also be executives and managers who say, no, I can't really handle this. I have difficulties. What we always need is this challenging ourselves by creating diversity in different areas, be it different age structures, origins, and this also needs to be reflected in the management culture. One key role, Sabine, I think, is to make sure that people who bear responsibility, that is managers and executives, that they focus on customers. So it's not just about themselves. They shouldn't just see themselves, but they have to have enough capacities to focus also on customers. Everything that you have just said is, of course, correct. Enable your team. Make sure that everybody is curious. Promote diversity. So what about the customer? The focus on the customer. What should a new management structure do in that sense? Well, first of all, I think we need to see that the success of customers is what it comes down to. And you can see this in different industries. In big organizations, certain things automatically develop in terms of what are my goals. And the goals are sometimes very internal because the team internally does things. But I think we have to guarantee, and in our situation, in our function at SAP, we invest a lot of money and time in this. How do we make sure that the incentives and the goals and the important performance indicators are set correctly so that everybody understands that they can make a contribution to make customer success possible, no matter whether they work in development or HR or in operations? Of course, in the sales sector, it is absolutely visible and clear, but in the other areas, it also has to be clear. We need clarity in terms of what is my contribution to customer success and thus corporate success. And I think this is something that we definitely have to focus on. Sabine, you are close to Saori, and today, we want to make sure that we also give a voice to female executives. And my request is the following. When thinking of the vision, let 49% of the executives be male in the future. So 49% of future managers should still be male in the future. But other than that, we need women, of course. I hope that we will soon meet in person. Thank you very much for opening the door here to this wonderful building, and see you soon. I wish you all the success and a great conference. Bye-bye. See you very soon. Parenthoods, next generation, we talked about it. Gesine Schwan once told me at a dinner, I was sitting next to her, a wonderful woman, and I'm also an entrepreneur, and my company wouldn't exist without the incredible organizational talent of my employees. I mean, an organization like this would not work without a team and employees. And Gesine then said that the life model has to be rethought and reconsidered. The life model, in a sense that, of course, you need education first. And I have seen this with many great women, that the success of my organization is definitely based on it, and I'm very grateful for that. So she explained to me that often until you turn 30, you study, you do your PhD, you work, so you're totally committed to your job, in other words. And then after 30, you have children, and then for 7 to 10 years, you bear different responsibility because of kids. Today, if you're 40, you could still have 30 to 40 years of performance. When I'm 45, I can still perform for 30 years. And Gesine said we have to consider this much more. Those 7 to 10 years or 5 years or whatever, half a year, depending on your situation, dedicated to parenthood. If you have more children or a bigger family. So how do we design this? Also, how do we make sure that things don't get lost? Because there is so much dedication, so much knowledge that society and business could benefit from. And dear Ricarda, you created a great collective, and I'm looking forward to hearing from you what my collective does in Munich. You also have various children, and you bear parenthood, and you created my collective. So please tell us what you have done and what you're doing. Thank you, Hans, for the nice words. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak here, to think about our purpose, the purpose of business actions and activities. Yesterday, we had a strategy workshop, and it was clear to me how the purpose of your own business is shaped by your personal dedication and personal drive. And this is what I would like to pick up now. Now, my personal journey to find purpose started in India. I love India. It doesn't have a lot to do with Hermann Hesse's backpack or rhythmic breathing. No, it is a down-to-earth experience as an entrepreneur and as a mother. I lived in Delhi for 7 years together with my husband, and I created a sustainability institute there, and our first 2 children were born there. And my Indian friends said, you can see the beauty through the dust. So in Delhi, it is mostly called fog, not dust, but sometimes in India, it's not that easy to do this. It's chaos, it's vibrant, it's loud, it's noisy, many things don't work. So there are constant challenges, sometimes nice ones. But to share a few challenges with you, as a working mom in Delhi, you go to the office in the morning, you get stuck in traffic jam for 2 hours. On the way back, 5 hours in traffic jam. It's Diwali, everybody goes to their families. You come home, all of a sudden you have toxic smoke in the kids' room because the landfill started burning across from where you live. And then next morning you try to bring your kids to the daycare center. It's closed. One of the 100,000 holidays of Christian, Muslim, Hindu holidays. Most holidays are not really determined, are influenced by the moon. Then you have Gandhi's birthday, and when the monsoon starts, everything is closed anyways. So as a working mother in India, you have to have sensors. You have to forecast hurdles, and you have to be able to be flexible in terms of decisions. What does this mean in India? You take a kid's bathtub, you extinguish the fire on the landfill, you have a drawing class at home, you invite your neighbor's kids, and we know this. Daycare centers that are closed are nothing new for Germany now. So on my desk in Munich, I still have a bronzy statue of Shiva, the Rajanata. It's the one with the many arms, and in his arms he is holding different instruments and tools. One foot on the demon of ignorance, and with the other foot he's dancing. And this is exactly my role model as an entrepreneur, as a mother in India, but also in Germany.
Die ich da gelernt habe, die Mütter lernen, die Väter lernen, die sich um ihre Kinder kümmern. Das ist von Resilienz angefangen, effizientes Time-Management, empathische Führung.
Time management, empathetic leadership, servant leadership, so definitely that's a parental skill, or the curiosity to generate. This is one of the leadership skills we will need in the future, as we heard from SAP, and companies should recognize this. Some do, but others unfortunately don't. My question is, how many of you know women that were on their career path and then they became pregnant? Show of hands briefly. How many of them did go back to the career path afterwards? Okay. That simply demonstrates it. Women in economy are missing, and above all, in the management and leadership positions. And then there was a crisis at the beginning, and the crisis management, so many women let themselves be brought back into the 1950s. So it was children, childcare, etc. But then something happened. Maybe some of you remember the discussion going on in the German news magazine Spiegel about the quota women. And then the top women stood up and said, I am a woman, a quota woman. And then you could see that the crisis was an accelerator of innovation, because what happened then? Now we have the feeling that if you have a team only made up of men, client will not like this. And now it's the fight about resources as it starts. So again, in summary, parental skills, leadership skills, women fall out of the career track, and now companies need women more than ever before. And this then closes the circle, thinking of my personal story and the purpose, thinking of society and the reason for why I founded my collective. And this would be a leadership training that we are conducting for these top talents across all of industry during parental leave. So at the beginning, founding and starting a family. What do? We are kind of an interpreter, because we translate parenthood skills into leadership skills and give companies the toolkit to how they can retain these top talents and how you can close the gap between diversity skills and the reality. How do we do this? We have a multifaceted approach. We invented the multifaceted approach, if you will, so that we turn every little screw you can. So we do everything we can so that a man or woman, after becoming a parent, decide to go back to the career journey, on the career journey, which means you bring together peers, women from companies like Danone, Airbus, Beiersdorf, Schaeffler, women who say we take diversity serious, we have ambitious diversity goals, and these women themselves really have this hunger, this appetite for career, but are also chosen by companies as top leaderships. So the aspect that both would be on the same journey is important. This is particularly important for women who may not have enough role models in their environment and their surroundings. Second would be empower, and this is what we did. We developed a matrix between leadership and parenting skills and put them on top of each other. And then we say, okay, not everyone is multitasking and super efficient. You have to individually find out, what do you learn as a mother or father in this role as a parent? How can this be identified as a strength, verbalize this, and then also internalize this so that with a new skill set, you return back to your job? Just to give an example, in the last training, we said that actually screaming babies teach you how to actively listen and find out about a person's needs and how you can then have empathy in your own leadership style. This is a nice example to show that it works in every case. Third part of our program is about inspiration, a field in which you, Hans, are an absolute pro. Every 2 weeks we have meetings and we invite great presenters that talk about topics relevant to our men and women, but of course they also serve as a role model and inspire women. Every 2 months we also invite startups from the impact fields. The idea is that they're invited to a pitch night, and the women, the mothers and fathers in their program, then talk about the skills that they learned during their parental leave and use them for their company. So what happens, it's not only more women that are in leadership roles, but more parents in leadership roles that then would also incorporate and integrate the idea of sustainability. So now the idea of purpose became more clear to me. We help the companies to see the beauty through the dust, to see the strength and qualities of modern Shivas and Lakshmis, be they male or female, and in this way to contribute to a shift of paradigm towards more diversity. Thank you so much, Hans. Wonderful. Wonderful. Actually, we met in India. I will never forget this. I was at the Daily Sustainable Development Conference, and back then, Al Gore and Julie received their Nobel Peace Prize, big conference, and then I heard that you are there. I visited you. I was so impressed, and since then, we've been friends, which is wonderful. While you were talking, I thought, well, yes, the dancing Shiva. And I myself have just seen this personally in my family. See, one of them just zipped past here with the young baby on the arm. And during the entire year, she didn't always take care of the child, our first grandchild, but also brought along lots of young physicians. Can you give a show of hands to identify yourselves? Very impressed also by what you said, Anne. And the pandemic showed this again, how important it is that you can have a proper training, that you communicate, because you work in the field of nursing topics, which is really necessary, global business aspects. So great that you're there, and congratulations, born on the 10th of May, a week later had exams. So I think this requires a round of applause. Okay, and now the journey, inspiring. We inspire people. This is the purpose of our efforts in 25 years. So we inspire people because we ourselves like to be inspired. Because again and again, I have such an appetite to be inspired, new inspiration, to meet new people, like with Michael. Because of Professor Junus, I was allowed to accompany you. Kim and Beatrice, these women also, and what they do inspire me. And it's very recent. There's someone new that I may welcome in my circle of friends. I was so enthusiastic as a power person. This is a person that feels at home in one of the biggest family-run businesses worldwide and ventured on the fight to change something. Maren Greff, welcome to the stage. Thank you very much for coming here. Almost, this was not possible because of the weather. Maren Greff, you worked for the Volkswagen company for many, many years. It is one of the biggest family-run companies, which many people forget that it's family-run. Then for years, you worked in finding people for the important leadership roles. Right now you have two hats on. You are also head of HR at Skoda. And yesterday, you presented a new vision with a colleague of yours from the board, and you made a very bold decision. Can you tell us about that? Yes, I'm happy to talk about that. But first, I would like to say something else. I am here for the very first time. Everything that I heard of before is so close to my heart. It deeply resonates. This is such a exhilarating, great feeling to meet like-minded people, to meet you, Hans. So thank you very much that I'm allowed to be part of it. I just wanted to say that. Oh, it's my great pleasure. And very briefly, maybe I can talk about myself. For 22 years, I've been working in the Volkswagen Group. I started as an intern, the typical journey, and then developed from there. And in the last 3 years, it was a huge opportunity for me because I was allowed to work very closely with Dr. Deason and the head of the board. And together with him, it's my duty to find the top leaders for all of the important managerial positions across all of the brands within Volkswagen. And Mr. Schrey talked about how leadership personalities work. And I would say this is absolutely true. Working with these people is exciting and interesting. And now I work at Skoda as head of HR. Yesterday, we presented our new strategy 2030. Of course, with a lot of typical automotive ideas for the future: explore, engage. These would be our main key words. And of course, the topic of diversity is very relevant to us, particularly for me. I spent 3 years in China. Maybe I can say something about that in a moment. And then I said diversity means that you really have to take action. It's not only about talking, writing things down, KPIs. You have to do things in a radically different way. So we decided to have a recruiting campaign only for women. For 4 months, we will only hire women, of course, the appropriate, suitable women. We have 150 open positions, and for these, we will only hire women. Only women, only women. And you can imagine what happened. What didn't happen is that people asked themselves, okay, this is now necessary because in the last 50 years, it was the other way around, and this is great. No. A real difficult time started. People gave us negative feedback and comments, and then we had a Q&A, and the question was, did you have this checked? What about the legal frame conditions? Is this okay? What does the EU legislation say? What does the Czech Code of Labor say? And I said, I don't know, but let's just do it. Nonetheless, let's just do this. Let's just try. Why don't you just turn it around and ask yourself the question, what will this give us? What is the benefits? So there was so much energy in this topic of diversity, to live diversity. We're not talking about forever. We're talking about for months and not 40 years. And then I have a CEO that is on board and who didn't leave the stage and said, no, that's her thing. I'm not backing this. But he stood by my side and said, let's do this. I really look forward to this. We'll not only do this, the Czech Republic will go to Bulgaria, Hungary, Slovakia, the Ukraine. So I definitely do not only want to focus on women, but I want to have internationality, international people on all levels, and I really look forward to this. Yes, and we also look forward to this, Maren, and particularly also because I think that Skoda could be one of the most clever daughters or affiliate companies within Volkswagen. If you think about diversity at this point in time, then diversity, of course, is so important. How would you characterize diversity? Well, this is an interesting question, and Michael or Dieter Frey talked about this earlier. You don't always have to reinvent the wheel. There are lots of publications on this. I believe that it's clear to everyone in this room that diversity means, and this was said so nicely before, that these are free spirits, that this would be a diversity of everything. Old, young, introverted, extroverted, engineers, communicators, international, religious. So all of this thrives on having something in common, sharing something in common. And I hope that this at least is the case. This is a curiosity for everything that is different and new, and I think that this creates an incredible potential that you can pave the way for together. Of course, if I only have like-minded people around me, okay, then we will have also good ideas, but we never go that bit further. We discussed it earlier. This is exactly what's necessary from my perspective. I can give you a personal opinion. For 3 years, I was in Changchun in China. This is in the north of China, border to Mongolia. My daughter was 3, my son was 6 years old. And then I went there. I was a relatively young leader so as to develop the Chinese management. So you go there, you're very enthusiastic. You say, okay, now let's really start. I had a purely Chinese team. Of course, I didn't speak a word of Mandarin. And this was the first time that I noticed, wow, that's what it feels like. I'm the only foreigner. I'm on the managerial level, the only woman. I'm the only one who doesn't understand a single word. I'm the only one who notices that there are so pronounced cultural differences that I first of all have to grasp and understand so as to be able to work with them. And that Chinese management is based on completely different values than I'm familiar with. So this is also something I had to learn. So for me, this was one of the moments in time where I thought, darn it, diversity is so important, and to work with diversity, to look into what inspires other people, what do other people need, and how does it help me to move forward? This was such a decisive moment in time. That's why I do this. No matter where I was, no matter at what level of my career since then, I always try to keep my teams as diverse as possible, young and old. Now I have an engineer that I gave a very important HR role because she understands the engineers, she understands the leaders there. I had a very young person. I gave them a very high position because she has this maturity that other people that are older by a lot, that are older in age and years, don't have. I love this diversity. Well, we had such an incredible amount of curiosity. And also Luna, when she worked at BASF, where is she? I don't see her right. Oh, there. So when you work for Dr. Hamrecht, we always said, well, actually, in the supervisory board, we always have to have a pregnant woman. And then we had the crazy idea to suggest to Mr. Hamrecht, well, why not have double leadership in the group? And he said, okay, this goes a bit too far. So he actually was not on board anymore at this point in time. But you have to think about ways going forward. We very much focus on the topic of lifelong learning. How do you learn lifelong learning again? So what can you say about that? When would you start doing that? Well, I think first of all, you have to reflect upon the fact that the sum of all of your experience makes you go on to the autopilot mode. You know that you can rely on yourself in specific situations, and on a subconscious level, you quickly make decisions based on these insights in your experience. And saying to yourself, okay, maybe you can step back and you go from autopilot to manual mode. you have to switch on your curiosity so that the potential of what you see can be incorporated into the endeavors. Lifelong learning means to always be open, curious towards everything that's new, to always surround yourself with young people and crazy ideas, because only that can inspire you. And for me, it's part of it, and that is why I totally love your idea of Transfer Minds, to always have people around you that have great ideas. And oftentimes these great ideas, people slow them down, and that should never happen. We, in our positions, have to be those, okay, we will drive without a brake and just go ahead full power. This is part of lifelong learning. So here we have a week in which we can give the best of ourselves. And Dita supports us in this open source that everyone can work in this public management. So kudos to you for this open-minded thinking and saying that if we develop leadership culture, then it should be so inspiring that there are managers in elementary school, etc., to inspire everyone. And now, my question is, what are your plans for the next 36 months? The next 32 months is the question after these 4 months that you talked about.
I think this has something to do with sustainability issues as well. Sustainability is not just the environment. Sustainability means also my organization, my ideas, my inspiration, and these all need to be taken into the future. And the seed that we are going to sow very soon, I think, will develop. So I'm actually banking on waves. We're going to sow a seed, and then there will be totally different leadership models, different knowledge about agility models, how corporations work, and so on and so forth. And within these 36 months, what I want to achieve is that we become a role model, a benchmark in the group, Volkswagen, and that we can actually take as many as possible people and entrepreneurs on board. I'm sure you will make it. Thank you very much. So when we had a look at the program, we thought, well, how can we do all that within the time span? I mean, we're just we are just a little bit late. So this has been ever so interesting, and I actually, when I look at you, I know this is stimulus enough for me not to give in, and so I just wanted to maybe think about not having this conference this year. But I mean, Hans, actually, you actually convinced me to really do it. Actually, we were going to start 15 minutes later so that we have half an hour to really talk in depth about the issues we want to discuss. Thank you very much for coming. You always come to us, and I'm looking forward to welcoming you on stage in a few minutes. And still, the famous last words. I think this is definitely a lady's task. Oh yes, you had a great upbringing, I know that. So, as we said, we will have the High Noon Talk at 12 o'clock with Dr. Michael Otto and Dr. Eckert von Hirschhausen. Actually, I live in a theater. And so, as a consequence of the pandemic, we went into lockdown for the second time. So, we closed 23rd of October. We can open again in July this year. And I know how hungry we all are for artists, for artistic performance, for live performances. And this is not only true for the audiences, but also for the artists. And you, as artists, have been with us for 9 days, and it's certainly growth that you have an audience. So the wonderful band, No Exodus, thank you for being with us, with the great singers and performers.
to not that cars in the style. Right in the house, a candlelight, and what got that it in fire. Sie dann lacht und jetzt am Wagen und wer tanzen möchte, kann natürlich tanzen. Stone. Schauen Weg der Nacht und I am constant. Give it to me. On the leaves, on the fireflies, still the light, and yes, we go down. But then we shine, I don't know why, the walk and the leak, I'd say, regular. Tickety-tack. Tickety-tack. For my paper lights in the T-scroll, rigged up the landscape. Oh, here 545 and meet that. Yeah, then get them on the show step. Da 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 da. nothing left they should break the bottom down. I miss the bright fire for the lonely light is me and the sunset like a reaper family that I can see. Lonely like a family sometime that yes we be. Take the afternoons, take the afternoon. It's far, 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 far. Round and round and round and round and round it goes.
So, ja.
Well, Michael, I just mentioned to you, I mean, when we prepared for that, I think I saw you 6 months ago in Hamburg and saw you. We have known each other since 2009. I mean, I have known you much, much longer, ever since I was a child, because we thought at Christmas time, Otto was very present, the Otto group that is in my home. Okay. So, but anyway, I mean, I know back then the Otto catalog was sent out, mail order catalog, to look through that, to have this joy, to really find the right present well ahead of time. And this was really formative for me. But I mean, when we went to Wolfsburg and Professor Yunus for the first time actually invited the whole Grameen family, you were among the first to join. So thank you very much for your continuous support, giving us the time and the valuable advice. And whenever we come together, you also find the time to come to us. And today you said, okay, you come as well, and let us talk a little bit about your foundation. First of all, my question to you, how did you like this morning? Very exciting, because very many different contributions were heard, and topics that are important, that are of the essence, that are touching, things that need to be addressed, problems that need solving. And we are really in the midst of a transformation. We look at issues like digitization. This accelerates our lives, brings about a change, and we have to make sure that we take people on board. And there's a couple of questions that are raised, and it's important to address these and find solutions for the upcoming problems. And therefore, I found this morning especially exciting. Yes, this was highly inspirational to me too. It was great. To summon up all your friends is not easy. So I was a little bit nervous this morning, but it's almost gone. Many of the people, your political cronies and those companions you worked with, I mean, you took them together and formed a foundation. What is the purpose of this foundation? Well, that actually was 12 years ago from now. And we actually started to fight for climate protection, this 2 degrees centigrade objective, you know, and we wanted to find open-minded entrepreneurs, male and female. Unfortunately, we initially found only male entrepreneurs who were committed enough to say, okay, we have to change our economy, our business, if we want to limit global warming. And when we talked, you know, the limit 2 degrees centigrade, today we are discussing 1.5 degrees centigrade, provided that we can achieve it, but 2 degrees, I think, have been the maximum. And so I invited entrepreneurs, leaders of businesses that voiced an interest in that. And some of them just left this meeting very soon because they said, well, it's not sure that we are really confronted with the global warming crisis and so on and so forth. And there were a couple of people who just denied climate change and said this is not happening. So finally, we were just 6 business leaders meeting. So for instance, the Deutsche Bahn, German railway network, and also telecommunications network, the German one, Telecom, and NVW, the energy supplier. And we knew we had to do something in order to limit global warming, because it's maybe the most imminent and the biggest threat, most substantial threat to all of us. And of course, we have to also drive politicians to make sure that they create the appropriate framework conditions to achieve our goal. And therefore, we started with a small circle of companions and friends. Luckily enough, we got access to the federal ministers and ministries, to the federal chancellor, Mrs. Merkel, as well. We got scientists, academics on board. We initiated a couple of studies. And then, step by step, we found other companies that joined us. And today, we have a total of 26 companies and corporations, and these are businesses that in their industry are leaders, especially when it comes to climate protection. And these are also businesses that are affected by global warming. And for instance, steelworks, they are most affected. I mean, it's very difficult to transform businesses. There are technologies. Salzgitter, for instance, they're also working in the field. Heidelberger Cement, the big players which generate a lot of carbon dioxide. And they are in the process to develop new technologies and techniques in order to reach climate neutrality. But you have to set the appropriate framework conditions, and therefore we demand of the federal government that the targets are defined. We have demanded that, and fortunately these objectives have definitely been adjusted and have been sort of resharpened. And so we are looking for creative solutions to reach climate neutrality for the respective industries. But as I said, we need the political framework conditions. That means red tape reduction is of the essence, because bureaucracy is one of the main obstacles. If today you think of a scenario where you want to install or you want to operate a wind farm and you want to modernize it, you have to run through the whole process of obtaining permits, even though the farm is already in operation, before you can modernize it. If you take wind power offshore installations, you encounter major challenges when you want to actually transfer the electricity onshore. So it takes you 7 years before you get a permit for the power lines. So power cables is only one thing. So the wind farms, the offshore wind farms, are in operation, and so we have electrolysis, and you can produce hydrogen. Because it's easier to get a permit to transport hydrogen to the shore than for electricity that is wind power generated. So we have to look at all the laws, regulations, ordinances. We have to change it. We don't have the time to wait for years on end until we get all these bureaucratic permits to reach climate neutrality. And this is one of our major objectives. We want to approach political parties, and we have been doing that, especially now in times of the upcoming federal election. So we actually managed to assert a few things, not enough, unfortunately, from our point of view, but still this is a topic that we are working at. Now, you are courageous enough, Otto Group, to actually get away from this catalog, to exhibit it in a museum rather than use it in your daily operations, as you did for many decades before. So today we talk about lifelong learning, and what is absolutely important is that you also stop learning. No, you don't stop learning, but you stop doing things as you have always done them. So you need to let go. And this is an art in a way. And you told us a story of bureaucracy. What would you think are the 3 most important skills that you need in order to let go? To de-learn. You need the openness, the open-mindedness, the preparedness to continue learning new things, to accept a permanent change. And this is not easy. It is not easy because we as people are not set for that. So usually you are stubborn. You want to keep things as they are. You want a certain level of comfort around you. You want to see continuous development rather than permanent change. But this change is absolutely essential. And I think we also have to make sure that we disseminate these ideas in kindergartens, in schools, so that children know and learn that we have to undergo lifelong changes. And this is exciting, it is great fun, and you have to remain open-minded. This is exactly that we have to practice in our businesses as well, which means the hierarchies are subject to change as well. It's no longer the case that there is the boss who gives orders and instructions of what to do, and then this is checked and controlled at every level. No, in our modern age, our managers are coaches, enablers. They have to set the appropriate framework to define the objectives, but the way towards achieving these goals, this is the task of the team, and these people can work much more freely, because otherwise we lose a lot of time. And in the digital age, agility is of the essence. So we don't have the time to go in small steps, verify each and every step. No, we need the preparedness and the readiness, the will to also commit mistakes, allow for mistakes. Of course, to review what you've done and then correct and take the necessary steps, but you have to do something that is out of the box. And in a digital era, you must not lose time. So it's important that we have the open-mindedness. We have a mindset that allows for creativity of teams. Teams are allowed to make mistakes and have the tools to correct these later on. And then we can build up speed. And this is more important today than ever before.
Thank you. Every human reason obviously gives consent. Human reason gives consent to what you have just said. You told me that you regularly talk to the federal government, and we have seen, and when listening to you, we know that it is correct to do this. But how can policymakers accept this? How can they learn something from the business world? This is Maren what said earlier. She said, I will only hire women for 4 months. A lot of courage. I'm sure she will also be criticized for this, but she just does it. What can policymakers do? How can they be inspired by people like you? How can they summon up this courage? Well, at the end of the day, it is like in companies, I think, where executives who for 20 or 30 years have made sure that no mistake is made, that they can control everything, all of a sudden end up in an agile working environment where they have to give up control. This is a process. And yes, of course, we do it in our company with HR coaches. And we sort of start this process and train executives. I think we also need this in politics, because when it comes to policymakers, they are very stubborn. And changing things in politics is something that is very difficult to accept for policymakers. And when it comes to climate change, we nowadays would not have made a lot of progress, because of course these are issues that are not tangible, not as tangible as the pandemic. Policymakers responded to the pandemic immediately because everybody was affected, but climate change happens over time. And the findings we have had for 30 to 50 years already. But what started the process was the Fridays for Future movement, when the people in power all of a sudden noticed, oh, these are our teenagers, these are our future voters. They will vote us or not, so we have to do something. So they basically started the whole process. But again, the subject has been out there in the academic world for decades. However, policymakers didn't respond. So now there's pressure to act. And because of this pressure to act, in the run-up to the election campaign, we are now looking at the party manifestos, and with our 2-degree foundation, we have made appointments with the heads of every political party in Germany, and we will address climate change issues. We will ask them, what have you planned? What do you want to do in terms of legislation? So we will discuss these things with them. And we will then also say, you do enough, you don't do enough. We're going to communicate this. I totally agree with you. Findings have been out there for more than 40 years. We knew this. Rhine-Main-Donau channel was a huge issue at the time. When the Greens were founded, there was the hope that the Greens would dissolve so that every party would eventually get a green spirit. When the party chair of the Conservatives here in Bavaria said this, I was hoping, well, maybe the Greens can really dissolve because there is green spirit in every party, but unfortunately we're not there yet. What Christian said so nicely today is the common good. How do we pay into this? The political landscape happens mostly at the municipal or city level, 13,000 municipalities, volunteers. Voluntary work is what it comes down to. I once did the math for Wiesbaden, the city that I live in, and I did the math in terms of how many voluntary hours we would need in order to manage one town voluntarily. These were 220,000 hours per year in order to have 81 city councillors, the district councillors, etc. And we extrapolated it. We don't have more than 160,000 hours, so 50 to 60,000 voluntary hours are missing. Now, you are very committed and active in the city of Hamburg and also your family. So how can we actually make sure that people make contributions and become politically active in order to achieve the goal of your initiative or foundation? Well, I think we just have to start early. That is at schools. Schools have to make sure that teenagers understand that they can make a social contribution, because societies only work if you do not just always demand things, but if people are willing to share something with society. And this spirit you have to share from early on. And I have seen and noticed that kids and teenagers are very willing to do things. And if you design this in an interesting manner, then it is wonderful to see how committed and active these young people can be and become. A political foundation that I'm also a member of trained young people to become election campaigners. So we basically taught the foundations of democracy in a very vivid and lively manner. We conducted classes and we said, okay, we have seen major developments in the Middle East, and Egypt became a democracy. What is a democracy? Then we did these United Nations mock conferences where every teenager was representing a country, and somebody had to represent Syria and explain to others why Assad was acting the way he was. And of course, in a very exciting environment, people start to develop understanding for democracies and the concept of democracy. So we now have many election campaigners for Hamburg and also for other federal states. 90% said, well, we will also be election campaigners at the next elections. So you have to make sure that you foster young people from the very beginning. The willingness is there, and they have to give them a chance to do something and to make change happen. And if I then look at schools and see that teachers give students the task to learn the Constitution by heart, I can only say, oh my God, they will fall asleep. It is super boring. So it has to be done in an exciting and interesting way. We don't have to be surprised then if they fall asleep. At this age, they are open. They are very willing and curious. So we also have to change the education of teachers, I think. They have to deal with kids and teenagers totally differently today compared to the past. In the past, where the teacher was just talking and then asking students. A vivid teaching and classroom teachings are important and relevant. Ms. May-Pochner of the Austrian government, we discussed that executives, that teachers should also get the privilege or have the privilege of teaching executives. My youngest daughter is 9 years old, and 2 years ago we had mayor elections in Wiesbaden, and she didn't understand why she was not allowed to vote. She said, I am 7 years old. Why can I not vote for the mayor of the city? I said, well, when you turn 18, you can vote. And for the federal government, then we found out it's good, but she's now 9 years old. She says, I want to vote. I want others to listen to me because she wants to share her opinion with others. And then we discussed it further, and later on she said, well, I also have to decide if I eat Ferrero, Nutella, or an apple. So why should I not get a voice and a vote when it comes to municipal elections? I found this really stunning. So I think that young kids aged 7, 8 plus have to be taken much more seriously in a playful manner, because we have to integrate them into community much earlier. Consumption-based decisions have to be made from very early on. They have to make these decisions, whether they play this or that toy. When it comes to community education, I think they have to learn as early as possible what democracy means, and I think we should give them a voice. Well, with your daughter, this is feasible, I have to admit. Of course, she is your offspring and she gets your input. No surprise. Unfortunately, the situation in general is not like this. I mean, in Hamburg, when it comes to municipal elections, people have the right to vote when they turn 16. And I'm often shocked to see how few 16-year-olds know something about our social market economy and democracy. It's really shocking. So much more needs to be done to change this. If it doesn't come from the parents, and unfortunately you cannot expect this, then it has to come from the schools. Teachers have to do this job because 16-year-olds at least have to know the basic concepts of our social market economy and democracy concepts. Unfortunately, this is not the case. So a lot of work still needs to be done. Yeah, let us do this together, also in cooperation with sports clubs and associations. We have to make sure that we have responsible young citizens that don't believe everything that they hear and read on the media. They need to get a voice so that they become from observers to designers and shapers. Michael, we are talking about purpose and the sense of life and what is your personal purpose. So what is your purpose? What drives you? Well, I want to contribute to making or leaving the world in better shape, at least not in worse shape, because we are in the process of leaving it much worse than we enjoyed it when we were young. So I think it is worth working on this and to make sure that future generations also have a livable planet and home. This is a Herculean task. I'm now 52 years old. I was born next to River Danube. And as scouts, we were not allowed to swim in the river because the Höchst chemistry and other chemical companies basically polluted the river. So whenever we swam in the river, we had to go to the hospital afterwards to check if we had actually intoxicated ourselves. So this is different. My kids learned how to swim in River Danube, but we are not there yet. We cannot say yet that we are leaving a world which is worth living in, which is peaceful. We also just said how important it is to bear in mind that a generation like yours, I also had the privilege of being a member of a generation that has been living in peace here in Germany and Europe for such a long time. The peace culture, your 2-degree initiative, climate change. I mean, these are huge risks for peace. And I think often we lose sight of this connection. We sometimes don't understand that this is the most valuable asset. So a peaceful community is not something that we should take for granted. A loving family is not something that you can take for granted either. You always have to commit yourself to achieving these things. So peace and the 2-degree initiative, how would you characterize the connection? Well, I would say of all 17 SDGs, the topic of climate change is the most important one.
Because at the end of the day, climate change influences on almost every other SDGs, which means that it's about famine because of desertification. It's about refugees. It's about biodiversity, which is rapidly declining. It, at the end of the day, is also about peace because we nowadays already have the first climate wars. And basically the wars before that were the people that were on horses, and because of the desertification and the draft, they did not have enough pasture land for their livestock. And that is why they ventured into the lands of the farmers and waged war against them, so that for their herds, these Eurasian nomads could have pasture. And this led to the wars. So because of the climate change, because of the increase in the desertification, they, of course, ventured into the arable land, the agricultural lands of the farmers, and this led to these warlike problems. And I think this will happen so much more often. If I take a look at the consequences of the climate change and the effect it has in Africa, it's very serious effects, because I had another project in 10 African countries, and there is no artificial irrigation, and here we tried nonetheless to have sustainable agriculture and to increase the yields, but the consequences of climate change causes us so much concern there, and that is why it is a topic that is very, very important. And also thinking of aggressions in the affected areas being clearly aggravated because it simply is about survival. Well, the initiative is called Cotton Made in Africa. This is a wonderful initiative in Burkina Faso and many other countries too. We all love cotton. We wear it just as much, almost as we like to wear silk for hundreds of years, but there's a tragic history attached to the cotton industry, and I know that you very much transformed this. And Watari Mangai, which we honored here and which I also had the honor to meet 10 years ago, has a very special link to Munich. She went to university here in Munich and had access to education in Munich. She was the first African woman in Kenya which completed her PhD studies. And what connects you with Munich? Well, in Munich, I went through my vocational training. I went to university, got my doctoral thesis, started my own business here. So I lived in Munich for around about 10 years. I met my wife and married her in Munich. My sister lives in Munich. The siblings of my wife live in Munich, so that we have really a lot of ties to Munich. And of course, we also have lots of friends in Munich. Munich is a city I always like to go to, and I meet very many valuable people here in Munich. I'm also really happy after decades of traveling the world to be back in Munich, but I also love the axes: Munich, Berlin, Munich, Hamburg, Munich, Vienna. Munich has a good position within Europe, and you can really feel at home here. But Munich is also the Olympic Park. In 1972, it was founded, and next year it will be 50 years of the Munich Olympic Park. So if you think of the Olympic Park, were you here in 1972? I was here up to 1971, so I saw it in the phase of construction. And of course, Fry Otto, a great job looking at the Olympic stage with the wonderful roof, so that I saw it in the phase of construction, and then I came back for the Olympic Games. Fortunately, I experienced the peaceful days and the tragic days that were very terrible. Here I was not there anymore, but I saw the beginning, and I saw how the Olympic Park came into being, and it's so great what has developed from that, and one can only hope that soon everyone can return to the areas where people engage in sports, and that this will be given back its life. Well, sports and the performance in sports, the togetherness, inclusion is so important. So how could sports be a central driver in our society for the two degree initiative, and is it important, in this discussion about climate change and the transformation? Well, I would say that basically everyone can carry the flag, the banner for climate protection, and above all, it can also be athletes, because oftentimes they are role models for many adolescents, so that they also can show their commitment and can talk about what it means if we do not come to terms with the climate change, if we cannot control the climate change, and what it also means on a global scale, and how we see that the ocean levels will continuously be rising, that there will be more storms, severe storms and weather phenomena, and how specific countries will particularly suffer, for example, floods. I'm thinking of Bangladesh because a friend Eunice lives there. And how many millions of people will be affected by, or are affected, if the ocean levels rise just slightly. We will see developments of people fleeing, refugees. And I think what we see nowadays in terms of migratory flows are only a fraction of what it will be if we don't manage to stop the climate change. And I do believe that athletes, of course, can be bearers of this standard and point out this and raise awareness. So Summer of Purpose. Tomorrow we have the 76th anniversary of the Human Rights Declaration, and that is why we always conduct this on the 26th of June, and I will never forget the incredible legacy that the human rights are for us, and also that we were integrated back into the international community even though we were the aggressors. And the SDGs also point in this direction if we take a look at this from a holistic perspective. So we need this athletic spirit, and this is part of the culture of peace, and this is our internal clock that we have to reset again and again. So we talk about the management position and how there is this commissioning to act, and then there's also leeway. What is the leeway in which activities can take place, action can take place? What would it be for you? Because the question is not whether we will be able to do this, but how quickly and how much leeway do we have? Well, I clearly see the possibility, I still do, that the climate change, that is the increase in temperature, at least can be limited to 2 degrees. Whether we will manage to do it to 1.5 degrees, I'm skeptical, but nonetheless, it should be your goal to achieve the 1.5 degrees. But 2 degrees, I think, is probably the more realistic thing, because even if we now would immediately stop all activities that lead to a greater output, then we still have to bear the consequences of our activities up to now, which will translate into higher temperatures nonetheless. That is why, when it comes to our action, speed is of the essence. And the new federal government has to be measured against this. Will they really set the frame conditions within which action can be taken? Because at the end of the day, there really would be a sufficient number of companies that are willing to act, but they are waiting for the reliable frame conditions, reliable for the next 20 to 30 years. If nowadays there is a steel's work and makes no investments into the climate neutral steel production, then these are investments that would be relevant for the next 30 years. Or if you set up a new steel's works without being climate neutral, then it also would be standing there for the next 30 years. It's so important to correctly define the frame for this, and we simply have to go over and beyond the current situation and see to it that the new government, hopefully, I mean, some things have been decided on now, but I would say that this is just a mini program that they have agreed upon. But the new government, whatever government it will be, will have to set the right tracks. And if that's the case, the economic players can act accordingly. And above all, we need measures that give the economy the security to have climate neutral measures. And then you need instruments like the CO2 cost, which clearly has to be increased. And on the other hand, we also have to see the social resilience. We have to have people on board. We have to take them on board. And then, for example, the Renewables Energies Act would have to be done away with, so that the average citizen does not have to pay a higher price for energy, so that they are on board as well. But it also means that for the industry, for the economic situation, we need to have steering instruments. And then very, very clearly, there are new models as to what you can do. We do not have a deficit regarding insights, but what we don't have enough of is actions. There is a shortage regarding actions. We have to take actions. A good friend who really can get people on board is Eckart von Hirschhausen. Can you hear us? You listened 30 or 45 minutes now, and yesterday hello. Yes, and we can welcome him with a round of applause.
Hello to Munich. Hello to Munich. Okay, you're not here in person, but I mean, healthy planet, healthy people. This is your initiative, and you have been listening to us, and we talked about taking people aboard. How do we do that? Okay, thank you very much for your invitation to the Summer of Purpose and everything you have been doing in recent decades, all of you who are here. I think to take people on board is easily done if we facilitate a good communication in a humane way, in an easy way, and disconnected from technological or complex terms. And we have to save the climate, but this is only partly true. We first have to save ourselves. We need a clear diagnosis in order to derive an appropriate therapy from that. And you've described that politicians think differently from business entrepreneurs. Now the question arises, how can we exert more pressure on politicians? Because the solutions are there. Let me give you a concrete example. I know the Michael Otto Foundation. Michael Zuko, for instance, researches humor. And of course, many business people who want to greenwash start sowing trees. I think it's much easier and much more necessary to make sure people have a sense of humor and retain it. And we shouldn't just, like we should, for instance, talk about the scalability on the basis of benefit. And then the question is also, how can we have more executive leaders like Michael Otto? You are a business person and you know your ins and outs. You know this country from scratch. Unfortunately, scientists say we have very little time. Stefan Rahmstorff says we have about 10 years in order to make sure that this Earth is inhabitable thereafter. How can we actually step up the speed? And I formed, for instance, Scientists for Futures to say, okay, 28,000 scientists are supporting the demands of the young people. They are damn right. Something else that is moving us. What is the role of foundations, of philanthropists? Together in the F20 group, we talked to Franz Timmermans, the EU commissioner, and we actually addressed the climate change and proposed solutions. But I mean, I would like to know, what do you experience? What do you hear when you talk to people in Hamburg, a city which has also a lot of rich people living there? How do you get them involved? I mean, Hanseatic behavior is actually based on the principle of do good, but don't necessarily talk about it very loudly. Now, what can we do? How can we achieve a change that the market doesn't bring about? I mean, there's no value attached to pollution activities, for instance. Therefore, we are uninhibited in polluting the world. So how did you address it? Yesterday I talked about the challenge. Maybe we should actually approach one person, each one of us, and take them along to join the movement. And now I'm trying to implement my own challenge, and I'm asking you as the other person, because you, I mean, who is the most important, most powerful person that you have access to, and what can you do? Okay, one more sentence. One more word as to the sense of humor that you mentioned, because I think it's highly important. In Germany, 6% of agricultural land is actually peatland. 30% of CO2 actually emissions come from the agriculture. So indeed, when we are trying to rebuild the swamps is of the essence. So we have pioneering projects, of course, that are currently in development that would make clear this is a possible approach. And this is actually profitable for the farmer as well, if we steer the subsidies in the right way. That's just something that I wanted not to go unnoticed as you raised this issue anyways. So how can we actually convince people? How can we be compelling in our approach? First of all, you approach your friends and acquaintances, and when you start doing that, maybe you can approach 1 or 2 or 3 people and you tell them it's not necessary that you drive an SUV car in the city. Maybe a smaller car would be okay, or maybe you can just swap it for an electromobile car. Okay, maybe this changes something in your circle of friends. Or maybe you give them a piece of advice, you start discussion rounds, you tell them how to reduce the electricity consumption in everyone's homes. Why shouldn't they actually install solar panels on their roofs? There are many opportunities where you can take small steps that still, they are well manageable, but still they have an impact. I mean, you don't have to try and convert one of your closest friends who is a polluter to become the climate protective agent per se. That's of course not possible. Okay, good, that's one approach. This accounts for about 20% of the influence that we may exert. I addressed a consortium of private investors a couple of weeks ago, and I told them, okay, maybe you should talk to the millionaires you stand in for, because they cannot buy the outdoor temperature. We have one sky, one planet Earth, and people who are well educated, they are aware of what is happening out there, but they also have a higher level of CO2 emissions attached to them. So of course, heating behavior, mobility behavior is one thing, but the most exciting question is, how can we when we address politicians, how can we exert our influence as business people? Gerd Müller, the federal minister of the Federal Ministry of Economic Cooperation, made me the SDG ambassador for global health care. And of course, yes, the most eminent threat is the climate crisis for us in this sense also. And I had this pie chart yesterday that I showed yesterday, which is also shown in my book. And of course, I have a couple of books actually for you too. The SDGs are complementing each other. So all of these objectives are irrelevant once we have destroyed the basis of our life, the swamps, for instance. And there's one project that I would like to get your opinion on. What is the most valuable thing that we can bequeath to others? Of course, you're talking about the future of our children, of our grandchildren. And what is a priority for our activities? One activity is the Landscape Legacy Fund, which says the most valuable asset we can bequeath to others is landscapes, which high level of biodiversity. Most often we find them close to the equatorial regions, not in Germany. And these countries are mostly poor and have corrupt leaderships and governance. So, and it's a result of global injustice. The people who live there actually shoot these animals, they poach, they kill game because they need the earnings to survive. And we as philanthropists should actually say we got to project islands of regeneration to preserve them for the future generations, because what otherwise happens is irreversible. A species that is extinct doesn't return ever again. So if the climate crisis is the fever of the Earth, then the extinction of species is the dementia. So we have to redefine values. We have to define value differently and assets differently. Species can regenerate if we still have islands of intact nature. What do you think about that?
I think this is a very important question. So today, how can we preserve landscapes? And then how can we reforest degraded, destroyed areas and make them CO2 storage areas? And of course, it's very closely connected to your influence on policymakers, on political leaders. I'm thinking of Brazil, for instance. In Brazil, the WWF, for many years, actually for decades, I was the president of WWF Germany. And in Brazil, together with the World Bank, we developed a concept. The World Bank earmarked $5 million for this to have a whole range of national parks in the Amazon region, so that you don't enter the core area, because if there are no roads, then there won't be any gold diggers there either. Gold diggers that destroy whole areas, then there won't be deforestation, and then there won't be agriculture if you have national parks that you cannot enter in order to enter the core area. Then President Lula, who is not really known for legality, I mean, he spent a few years in prison after all, but he had one thing. He said, we have a law, a nature preservation law, and if somebody cuts trees illegally, then this is a crime. Because he was angry that people violated his laws. I mean, he didn't come from a wealthy background. He was a worker's child. And he said, if there is illegal cutting of forests, then this is a crime. And the landowners and the governors who admitted this were put into prison because he was angry that they violated his law. He wasn't an environmentalist, but he didn't like people violating laws. Illegal clearing of forests almost went down to zero. Greenpeace can measure this because they use drones to see where clear cutting or clearing of forests is happening. So it went down to almost zero. Bolsonaro today is the total difference, or the total opposite. Not only did he release all these major landowners from prison, and he lets everybody clear trees in rainforests, we have this problem there nowadays because of Bolsonaro. We have the slash and burn method being applied basically everywhere. So we have to see international pressure in order to prevent such things from happening. They say we need the wood, we need arable land because we want prosperity in our country. I mean, this is legitimate for them to say, but they require funding by industrialized countries so that they have money for this. There's also the so-called green standard. And in order to preserve rainforests, money has to be paid, and this is totally okay, because you cannot say that we in Germany and Europe have basically cut our forests, because what we have today are not natural forests anymore. These are artificial forests, sometimes terrible monocultures. But the countries that still have their virgin forests and rainforests should not do the same. And I think it is a task and challenge for the global community. They have to give money for this in order to honor this. I think this is the right path. This is a path that we have to embark upon in order to preserve our natural areas and landscapes that we need for the planet and for our global climate. The clearest signal to Bolsonaro would, of course, to buy neither his meat nor the foodstuff for the animals. So the big leverage is in politics, and we have to raise awareness of these issues very quickly. We have to explain to people that the trade agreements are a huge leverage, that financial flows are a huge leverage, that investment decisions, for instance, with the billions that are embedded in foundations, are not earmarked based on sustainability criteria. I just talked to Olaf Scholz whether this can't be changed. So an investor who gives up a return for sustainability has to justify why he is doing this instead of making this a standard for not-for-profit foundations. And I'm very happy to hear that you have already dwelled on many of these things for a long period of time. Here's my last question for you. How can we make this a social norm? Bill Gates and Warren Buffett did this giving pledge once. They said, well, half of our money we can give to others. Others earmark even higher shares of their property. In Germany, this hasn't really worked so far because attention and publicity is what people shy away from. How can we make sure that our private assets, we are one of the richest countries in the world, so private property could be a huge leverage, just to give you an idea of what we have money for or not. 1,000 billion euros we now earmarked for the European economy after the pandemic. 20 billion we would need in order to provide vaccines to 1/3 of the global population, but we don't have the money for this. Isn't that crazy sometimes to see how we value and prioritize things differently? How can we make sure that fighting the climate crisis becomes the top priority for private investors and also for policymakers? Well, of course, sometimes we despair. I agree. What we need is the government to set framework conditions, and you also mentioned it. Animal husbandry. I mean, I also think that we have to set very clear framework conditions to make sure that we have good animal husbandry and farming. Of course, the meat price will increase as a consequence, but it's very healthy to eat less meat. Yes, I totally agree. So I grew up, I am a war child. So when I grew up, we ate fish once a week. That was on Fridays. And on Sunday, we had a Sunday roast. The other days were meat-free. And I also grew up healthily. So having said that, if meat prices increase, yeah, okay, then you have to eat less meat. But it is very healthy to eat less meat. In other words, we have to summon up the courage to say, it's okay for meat prices to increase and not be afraid that you will be voted down. This is of course an issue and a challenge we have to master. We need sustainable animal farming for the well-being of the animals, but also for the environment. So at the end of the day, we have to see how do we get third world countries on board, developing countries, threshold countries. Threshold countries have increasing income, but it's mostly the developing countries that need to be taken on board. And I think that development aid has to be used in a more targeted manner, because unfortunately, development aid, not all funds, but some of them end up in the wrong pockets, so to speak. But in Germany, starting with Development Minister Niebel, but also current Development Minister Müller, have made sure that development aid is earmarked for specific projects, but this doesn't apply to all countries that provide development aid, unfortunately. So at the end of the day, we have to also make sure that developing countries get and assume responsibility. And we have to be very critical when it comes to corrupt governance. We do see positive examples. Look, for instance, at Africa. There are countries like Botswana that are fully democratic countries nowadays. Or look at Rwanda. It's really great to see what they are doing in the area of environmental protection. Great programs. So there are best practice examples that show that these things are also possible in Africa. So on the one hand, we have to provide funds, and you are totally right. So what we are currently earmarking for fighting the pandemic needs to be compared to what we need on the other end. We need targeted funds connected to control. And this is feasible. We have seen enough examples of this. So it is possible. In other words, we need development policy that is much more target-focused. Together with the respective governments, we need a dialogue at eye level, but they also have to bear responsibility. They need to bear responsibility to also support projects, and these projects can then be run by foundations. I have seen that some foundations even wait for others to come up with an idea or to become a pioneer. And if they then say, are you going to join? Then they are willing to join. I don't want to speak too long, but let me give you one example. In Hamburg, we had the G20 summit. And together with 3 other foundations, I founded the F20, the Foundation 20, and we said that we want to commit ourselves to climate protection and CO2 reduction. And we then in Germany approached international foundations and asked them, are you willing to earmark funds and to join us? And we do policy advice. We prepare scientific papers that we submit to the government, and we have learned that we were preaching to the converted. So we now have more than 60 foundations in this F20 foundation, we have big American foundations. We have one Russian foundation, we have Chinese foundations, Japanese foundations, and we have a Saudi Arabian foundation. So we also have European foundations, of course. So we have international foundations that foster climate protection and that liked the concept that consists of ideas and proposals to the G20 countries in terms of what needs to be done in the area of climate protection.
And it is on a positive note that I can say that currently we have a foundation of cooperation, which means that before the G20 events with the so-called Sherpas, so the individual countries, we can prepare these individual meetings, and we already can incorporate our ideas. Unfortunately, not all of the ideas, but individual ideas at least would be incorporated into the papers. At least this is a beginning, and of course we can only do that because we are more than 60 foundations. One foundation alone would never be heard, but together we can do it. And this demonstrates that someone has to start, but then others would join quickly. Well, I'm very happy to hear that you talk about the power of networking. My Lido Foundation, Healthy Youth, Healthy People, also is a member of German Watch and F20, and that we are allowed to participate. And because the future, first of all, is more female than up to now and will also be younger, I would now like to pass my time of speaking, my floor time, to Fernanda. So thank you very much for the opportunity to be able to talk to you directly. I hope we'll meet in Hamburg. I am the sponsor of the Hamburg Climate Week, and there will be an event in the Elbphilharmonie, and then maybe we can meet in person. Today, unfortunately, it did not work out. But now I would like to pass the microphone to the next generation. Thank you very much. Thank you very much as well. So yeah, hopefully in Hamburg, yes. Okay, before we do that, Fernanda, as always, has the concluding comment. We already had lots of aspects of courage represented, and I am absolutely confident that if you and Mr. Otto, if you meet in person, that is a creative constellation. I believe in this, what Maren said this morning, what the young physician said, what Saori said. So if I see the courage of the next generation, I am very confident, of course, and because of that, I am absolutely certain of the following. If we bring together the right people in creative constellations, and if there is a necessary sense of urgency driving this, if people like you, dear Michael, are a role model for us, and Eki with your wonderful, playful spirit as well as the serious touch, we can do it. Fernanda, the last word is yours. And Michael and myself will already say goodbye and listen very clearly to what it is that Fernanda has to say. Thank you very much. I think it is absolutely inspiring to be here today. Yesterday, I was sitting here together with Eckart on the panel, and we also asked ourselves, together with Dieter Frey, the following question: what needs to happen, Dieter? And you said that you are concerned about things not really heading off in the right way. And I thought this was so inspiring to see all of the female power we had in so many different areas. I truly think this is wonderful, and for myself as a young woman, and I also say that there are lots of women in the audience, so inspiring that you're here, and to hire women for 4 months, only women, what they do, Volkswagen does, and I think it's so important to make society know about this. I mean, you and your circles know about this, but we out here, we don't know. And we are here to raise awareness on this and to put it out there. And so glad to see that here people people meet, alliances can be forged, and together with Eka to make it clear that there's this purpose, that there's this confidence, but at the same time making it clear that we don't have a lot of time. We have to take action now. This is so exciting. Another thing that's important is that the health aspect is considered to be at the core of it all. And that's also the reason for why Eckhart founded his foundation, Healthy Earth, Healthy People, because that is also a peace project. If we are healthy, if we're doing well, then we can also see to it that other people are doing well. And this is the idea I would like everyone to take along. This is the takeaway, because this is at the core of it all. And we always connect this up with the climate protection. I look forward to everything to come. Thank you so much for the great food for thought, the impulse, and I'm so curious to see what Summer of Purpose will do next year and what has happened in the meantime. Very exciting to see who comes together, what will it lead to, what are the alliances that would be forged over and beyond that. So thank you so much for the great role models we had the honor to meet here. Thank you a lot.
Won't you come again? Light on, light in darkness, light on light. Gonna light to fire, light on light. Gonna into find the night, light and light. Ooh, I fall down, I fall down, I fall down, night to fall night. Oh, I fall down, I fall down, night to fall night. Silence dry, golden lips of stone, crumbling night. Don't stare light from so soon to fall night, to fall night. Let them stay. To fall night, to fall night. Let them stay. You have to live on calm, this instead. Let the light on, then the stars. Sail to fall night, to fall night. To follow night, to follow night. Let them fight.
Ja, willkommen.
So great, thank you, and welcome back to all of you. It has been great being outside and seeing all of those groups forming, getting into an exchange. And this is one of the purposes of this event, by the way, to see how people are networking with one another. And I would like to thank very much Katharina Intikov for this wonderful food, and to Julian for this wonderful, brilliant, highly tasty and simply great coffee, the Neuro Cafe. Hans, what can we expect for this afternoon then? Well, we'll just have a look at it. Well, first we had a wonderful morning, an inspiring morning, and this afternoon we will continue this tradition, and we would like to talk about the arena of problems. Now, what is it? If we all, or when we do our work with our partners, with Professor Juniors, in the communities, in clubs and associations, we always are confronted with problems that we think can hardly be solved. Sometimes it's intolerance, it's an insult, offense, sabotage. All of that is something we can experience each and every day, and that is what makes our daily tasks so difficult. And that means when we review our lives, we could actually say the problems have been so big that it's simply impossible to solve them. Even 15 or 20 years ago, when we started addressing individual issues, for instance, when we look at the pollution of nature via plastics, microplastics, and when I think of the life of my grandson, maybe he will never see one single beach that is not polluted by microplastics. And these small particles, maybe this is the case, maybe in all probability the next generation will inherit the earth in a much poorer state, and they will find it difficult to enjoy these natural beaches. As a young child and as a man, I always dreamed about discovering things that have been untouched. This has been a dream, this wish. We cannot pass on to the coming generations. Last year, when we had this Summer of Purpose 2020, when we got together all the materials and thoughts, and Ron Garan, the astronaut, talked about this superorganism. Yesterday, Eckhard von Hirschhausen talked about the Earth's atmosphere, and we look at the last 2 centuries and how we've polluted the atmosphere. We've abused the Earth's orbit as a rubbish dump for toxic gas and waste, and this at a level that it hardly can be repaired. And this really makes me sad. When we think about Chernobyl, nuclear energy, what has it done to us? And approximately 1,500 irradiating materials are encapsulated and sunk somewhere in our seas and oceans. In the 1990s, they were sunk, they were dumped because nobody thought we would ever find out about that. So when we look at all of these things, we could actually give in and say it has no meaning, no purpose, we can't do anything, we have to give in, no use doing anything. Even when we think of how many barrels of radioactive materials are stored at the bottom of the sea, of which we know that at the end of next decade, the steel will be rotten to the extent of corrosion that we cannot stop radiating from getting out of there. So the coming generations won't have a world worth living in because of this pollution, radiation, plastics, microplastics, rubbish, and things that come from a lot of other areas. I mean, CO2, we can say, okay, sorry. Irrespective of what you're doing, it makes no sense anymore. There's no use. At least this was my feeling in the 1990s and in the beginning of the 2000s. And when you looked at rivers, the Danube, for instance, or you go to India and see this sheer madness. What we have done to nature, when we see how degenerate we have become, well, you could say, dear Werner, it doesn't matter what you do. You won't affect any change. You won't be able to alleviate the effects to do anything. And at least in the 1990s, and in the early 2000s, and even now, you stand there bewildered, thinking, what can we do? How can we solve that? And then you are there as an individual, and you think, oh gosh, what use does it have to be active? And then again, you start thinking about history, and you see that almost every generation were confronted once with seemingly unsolvable problems, unsolvable issues. So when we envisage the issues we are confronted with, when we address them, when we really get the proper explanation by scientists, when we're handed down the diagnosis of the current state of nature, then of course we learn from all theoretical scenarios that there is no solution anymore. It is simply very, very late. And obviously it's no longer possible to remedy the situation. So we have run it down and started getting active in environmental protection. And in Kielheim, I kind of collected every battery that I could, and I've been fighting for 30 to 40 years for the big change. And every time I started doing something, the problems erupted. They got bigger and bigger and seemed to be unsolvable. And Fritz, you're aware of all of these conflicts. They have been with us for decades. They started in the 1970s, 80s, 90s. They take you to a point when you enter a discussion and you learn that there are, on the one hand side, intellectuals who said, oh, it's no use doing anything, it's too late. And then you meet people like Professor Yunus, who just focus on one single problem. The issue that he actually saw in front of his doorstep, because people were starving in front of his doorstep. And so the pictures that we got in the 1980s, 1990s, when we came to understand how much suffering has been sown among humanity, and that there's a level of ignorance that prevents us from doing the even most essential things and to share with one another the necessities, the like staple food and other things that we need for a living, then we found out that it was essential to not only look at the things that seemingly lack a solution, but we have to focus on the things that can be solved, that we can confront. And we know, both of us know, that the plastic particles that we dumped on the bottom of the sea, we cannot get them out, or only maybe part of that. because they've been sinking down. And I worked for and with BASF quite a lot of time with the chemical industry. I'm wondering, what have we done? What did we do in the past, especially? But then again, my view shifted, and I thought, no, I've got to look through another pair of glasses. There's an issue, people are affected. So when we look at all the problems, we got to sit down, take one issue and find a solution. And when we have all the problems in front of us, I call that the arena of problems. And how difficult the situation may be in Berlin, that political camps are divided and no progress is to be seen, or we have the Memorial and Women's Museum. We don't do just for a reason that we want to remember strong women, but rather we want to be aware of the fact that each and every day 1 billion people are raped, abused, just because they are women, for no other reason, just for this one reason. She's a lady, she's a woman. And all of these issues could actually drive us mad. And there's no justification for getting into despair. The arena of problems, and that we should open up, should be based on the assumption that it doesn't matter what kind of a problem this is, to what extent we think there's no solution shouldn't prevent us from trying. We should sit down and start working for a solution. And who knows, maybe the problems that seem to be unaddressable now, maybe they can be addressed in the future. Maybe we find a way toward a regenerative economy. Maybe we can develop an alternative understanding and find ways to tackle these things. Maybe in 50 years' time, the forests are blooming and blossoming and are green again. We don't know that for sure, but I refuse from within to accept that things have been done, damage is done, everything is over. For years, people told me, Hans, everything is over, no need to get involved in that. But the more I think about it, I come to think maybe it is too late. But we don't know. Don't know that for sure. But for as long as we have a chance of working at it, as long as we can still try to make things happen, we at least can wait for that moment when we have to leave this earth, so that we can say, at least we have done everything in our might, everything in our power to change things for the better. And as Albert Schweitzer said, life is to live a life with everything that wants to live. And so we have to confront a lot of issues day in, day out. Every day we are living. Every day we get a knock at the door. The question is to be or not to be. And Ricardo, we can say it is still worthwhile fighting, even though everything may be rotten. Still, it is worthwhile standing up, addressing the issues, identifying the problems, and then stick to that problem. And again, talk about root causes and try and prevent things that we don't want to happen. It's what you said, Tamara, that the solution of today is not becoming the problem of tomorrow. And we look to Vienna, and we know how well the automobile was received last century because people hated the horse dung. Today we have a situation where we want to get rid of the combustion engine because this is a thing of the past that was welcomed, and it is one of today's problems. So we viewed problems differently and we analyzed them differently. So the problems that we are confronted with today don't call for an easy, fast solution, but we have to take a closer look about the interlinkage, about the interconnections. We have to continue to reflect on these issues. We have to open up spaces for a solution, and we have to further get around and try to further analyze the problems. This arena of problems. And we, together with the Grameen Creative Lab, organized 4 different workshops in London. We talked about behavior over time, iceberg models, feedback loops. These topics we should take to our hearts and think about the underlying rationales, the connections. How can I, for instance, work towards inclusion? It's an eternal topic. We should always address this and readdress it. Find out about the root causes of this issue. How does it come about? What can we do about it? And so this is a general principle. Of course, it may seem hopeless to see 1 billion women is abused, raped, killed. Maybe the plastic pollution is as bad as it is today, and we got the nuclear waste everywhere in our environment, and a lot of other things. Still, I'm 100% sure that it's worthwhile standing up, and until I take my last breath to do things to change them for the better. Maybe somebody helps us find a solution. Maybe there are new business models like the cooperative businesses. Maybe there are common the economy for the common good models. Maybe these are family-run businesses, devotion and commitment. And if we don't see how we can get on from here, we may be lucky, because our culture may be enriching. And as you say, Gerhard, culture is the fundament and the result of our work.
And if we take a look at the foundation of our work, I mean, we have musicians, and if it is really tough, we take out Beethoven's Ninth Symphony, and then we listen to the Ninth Symphony, and then we move on. And this is my call, even if it doesn't continue. Anna talked about the intensive care unit. Anna yesterday talked about the situation at the ICU in Wiesbaden. She worked as a surgeon, and she worked night shifts at the ICU there, and she told us yesterday what it means to fight every day. Most patients did not leave the ICU alive who had caught the coronavirus. That's what she said. So they accompany these patients at the ICU, provide end-of-life care. And yet, at the ICU, every day, they fight for patients' lives. Not just because life has a value, but because life has and bears dignity. And this dignity of life, the dignity of our lives, the fascination of being a human, getting or receiving the gift of life, this value of each and every individual. We're talking 9 billion people. Katharina, no matter what they do, this is your work to work inclusively. So appreciation of humans is what it comes down to. And this is the solution to basically all problems. And when we were talking to the young physicians here and with Fritz Giesinger, if we take a look at the care industry, if we look at doctors and nurses and caregivers, then this can only work well if the foundation is the love for people. You become doctors because you love humans. And if we manage to say we will have an economy based on the love for humans, if we turn this into the foundation of our culture, of our lives, then this is exciting. And this idea of the arena of problems, not to shy away from facing and addressing each and every problem that we are confronted with, not shying away from it, using all our creativity and power to tackle these problems, this is what we have learned. From a generation that in 1945, after the end of the Second World War, a generation that sat down and summoned up the courage to start from scratch. And these people managed to do it. We put the human beings into the center. And we have wonderful human rights. And human rights have become a foundation that we can all work on together peacefully. So we should never be afraid of all problems. Thank you. The community of citizens, a city that has gone through all of this and that goes through all kinds of different challenges and is faced with many problems because of the pandemic, is the city of Berlin. Burkhard, thank you very much for coming all the way to Munich, and thank you for explaining to us how Berlin is managing the current challenges and how the city is redefining itself. Burkhard Kicker, please, you have the floor. The arena of problems in Berlin? Well, the arena of problems, or the arena of challenges, was transformed into a video clip. This is the opening clip of our conference on Q Berlin questions. Everything is run in English. This is Berlin. Everything has to be international and should also make an international impression. And we are dealing with exactly the big issues and challenges. The conference of the immediate presence. So it is about the problems that we are confronted with today. We believe that cities, in addition to the many problems that they produce, as so many creative people live in cities and have to live together and coexist, as a consequence, we believe that cities can be part of the solution. And I think this is also one of the tasks of Berlin, of Munich, of big global cities that we are presenting here today. You are in Berlin. You are the managing director of Visit Berlin. Please tell us what Visit Berlin does and what your task is. You are a PPP. And please explain to us what your tasks are. Visit Berlin is called Berlin Tourism and Congress Limited, so we are in charge of making sure that many people come to visit Berlin, organize congresses, organize trade fairs. So we basically want to shape a positive image of Berlin and Germany. We are the German capital, and we are kind of a showcase to the nation, and this needs to be organized. This includes city marketing. We try to figure out, what does Berlin stand for? Who are we? Who do we want to be? Okay, you had the nice slogan 365-24. 7. So Berlin is probably gonna stay that you can enjoy freedom 365 days, 24/7. But what is a perspective of Berlin post-pandemic? Is it 365 days, 24/7 ramp up? Will you stay a city of parties and clubs, or what is the future of Berlin? What could be a new profile of the city? Party city is a good buzzword, but I didn't actually want to hear it. I know. Well, because this is like a label on our forehead. And of course, in Berlin, you can have great parties. You can party longer. We don't have a curfew, which is thanks to an American occupational general. He asked us at the time, or he asked a German at the time, do you have a curfew here in Germany? And somebody said no. So thanks to him, we don't have a curfew. But Berlin is much more than the 300 clubs that have shaped the techno music scene worldwide. Having said that, things that are happening in Berlin are also connected to Berlin as a city of science. We have top academic institutions. Think of the two names that you have heard many, many times in the last months. Christian Drosten, the head and leading virologist at Charity Hospital Berlin, or Emmanuelle Charpentier. She is a candidate for the Nobel Prize in Medicine. So Berlin is a city that, in terms of its character, attracts many, many great and bright minds. Is the city of freedom, not just the freedom that people fought for, fall off the wall. I come from the West. It were the people from the East who basically tore down the wall. So it is also a city of freedom to check out different lifestyles and new lifestyles. And if we have learned something about the pandemic, which had a huge impact on Berlin, like on Munich, it was scary to see how the gigantic power plant, where everything had been working, how this power plant within 2 weeks was shut down and was just quietly operating. So the exchange was missing enormously. What makes for a big metropolis? Exchange, friction, adjusting the own perspective, adjusting it to the opinions of others, and based on friction, develop new ideas. This is something that we have to revitalize. This is why we produced this conference Q trailer. By the way, I cordially invite you to this, 11th until the 14th of August. This time the topic is Metropolis, or the question, Metropolis over, question mark. Has the pandemic, which probably was not the last one, we don't really know, has the pandemic switched off the light in these big metropolises? Berlin currently is shrinking. For 10 years, people said, wow, the city is exploding. But 7,000 people left the city last year. 7,000 people more than moved in. They moved to the suburbs, which might also indicate that this stressful and expensive life in a hectic, noisy, big metropolis where you can easily catch a virus is maybe something that people don't want for their future. These are things that we have to analyze and observe. I'm very eager to see what the results are going to be. I just hope that the city is going to be different after the crisis compared to before the crisis. How do we get out? I don't know. We have to carefully watch things. And of course, we have conducted comprehensive market research studies. We ask people, will there ever be big congresses again? We're all happy. I'm looking into your faces, and everybody is so glad that we are able to meet again. But will we have congresses with 5,000 or 10,000 participants? A congress that I have tried to get to Berlin, the World AIDS Congress, with 55,000 participants. Will that ever happen again under these conditions? I don't know. I can't tell you. Or, and then I'm done, Hans, will there be a simple rebound effect? Some of our market researchers say this. Rebound means it's over. Let's tick the box. Let's go back to status quo. I don't know. We hope that the topic of sustainability, although this is kind of a worn term, maybe we can come up with a better and sexier term, diversity maybe, I think these are things, and this is also something that has been discussed here today, that we have to confront ourselves with. We have to face these topics, and this is the future we have to work on.
Today we talked a lot about the culture of peace, and in my opinion, this only has the purpose of being free as a person. And I would always associate Berlin with freedom and a new beginning, and for us also to stand up for Europe and the world and a humanitarian world. Moritz and you, I mean, we've all known each other for a long period of time, so short-time citizenship. Everyone who is in Berlin for a short period of time is a Berliner. And I think this is a sensational idea. So today, you're from Munich because you're here today, because what else can you be than someone from Munich? And if you go to Berlin, you are a Berlin citizen. Maybe you can elaborate on that, because I thought this was a sensational idea. Well, of course, it has something to do with the fact that in Berlin, we are a city with 34.4 million overnight stays, which is more than Munich and Hamburg together. So after London and Paris, we come in third. And in the second half of the first decade of the millennium, there were situations in which people, for example, from the district of Karlsberg said, you know, it's actually too many people walking around and throwing beer bottles on the street. By the way, 70% of these people were Berliners from more outskirts districts like Spandau, who wanted to have a night out in Kreuzberg, by the way. But we said the idea of the city is based on the idea of participation. And Berlin's DNA is hospitality and the idea of open arms. And if we really are serious about saying this is a city of peace and freedom, and so as to be able to maintain our arms open, we say we want that the people that come and visit feel as if they would be Berliners, as welcome short-term citizens of the city. But short-term citizen also means the same rights, but the same obligations as well. The same obligations they would have at home. So we say, well, you know, if you come to Berlin, please behave as if you're in mom's kitchen. You wouldn't be eating with a full mouth and misbehave. And actually, that has proven to be a very good strategy, to more or less embrace people and say, well, if you're here, then study with us, celebrate with us. And we know that most people come to our city, that they, of course, want to see the Museum Island. They want to go up to the TV Tower, which you, by the way, can also do here in Munich. But the most important thing is that people come so as to look at other people. So they sit down somewhere, cafe or a pub, and just watch the people that walk by. And it's above all Germans that actually base their picture and image of Germany on that. If they go back to Ansbach, which is a province town in the best sense of the meaning, they really have something to talk about in the evening, and they say, listen to what kind of people I saw in Berlin. And this is as if the magnetic chips find their north. And this only happens if the Berliners maintain their open spirit. So 75% of the people who live in Berlin today were either not born on the day the wall came down or not in Berlin, which means that almost 60% of your population in the past 30 years has been replaced. But still there is something like a feeling, I am a Berliner. Well, we now would like to have the comparison to Munich, Katharina. Maybe you can join us again. Thank you so much, Burkhard. Yes, warm welcome, and thank you very much, Mr. Kika, that in Berlin I can be a Berliner, but still, I would still be someone from Munich in Berlin. So thinking of Berlin and the international flair, I would like to talk about the Bavarian allure. And if you're the showcase, then maybe we are the windowsill on which you can sit and rest. That's my view of things. I would like to start with the question. What is future? Where are we now, the new normal? Professor Fry today talked about Mr. Popper and said, let's go crazy. And I have to say, this is something I was so happy to hear. I love doing that, to go a little crazy in the positive sense, also with you, Hans, because you inspire me so greatly. I'm allowed to talk about my ideas, and sometimes you even say, well, why don't we do it? And I think this is absolutely great. And in the Munich City Museum, there is an exposition. In the 1920s, people imagined what the future in which we live now would look like. And I always have to think about this picture. A person drew flying objects that transport letters. First it was a fax machine, now it's email. And thinking of the Biennale in Venice, Spain actually put this into an image. They took thousands of pieces of paper and hung them up on transparent strings to see things that move non-stop from left to right and right to left. Back then it was an unimaginable future where people maybe were a bit crazy and out there. But the future that I would like to imagine, here maybe many people would think, yeah, keep on dreaming, dream on. But I still would like to engage in these thoughts and ideas that are a bit crazy. The pandemic didn't give us problems, but made us encounter new challenges. So we were very saturated before that. If I think of my main area of expertise, which is the restaurant business, catering, there were so many invitations. In July, you didn't even know, do I go to that cocktail reception? Do I go here? Do I go there? And you also noticed that people at events only visited and stayed for a very brief period of time. They just had a drink, ate a little bit, and then left again very quickly. Now we had this pandemic. All of a sudden, I really notice how people appreciate things. They sit down at the table and they stay. They enjoy it. We had our first bigger event this week. It was an evening event. And we almost finished up all of the schnapps we had in stock. It was incredible, not only because of the schnapps, but simply because the people came back together again. Of course, the food was also very good, which we think is a very important thing. And this appreciation is something I do not only want to see. Thinking of food, we are allowed to cater here, but this appreciation above all has to be for the person. So artificial intelligence, which will come over us as a wave, should not render us invisible. And it is humanity that helps us move forward. 5 years ago, I actually took all of my savings and had a huge concept, and many people said, that is way too big what you're doing. So I founded an inclusion company. Yes, it is big, but it also has to do something with the fact that I say that inclusion only works if you go big enough. If you have 3 people and one has a severe disability, and I've specialized on mental disability, then this will not mutually lead to mutual benefit. But if hello, Carola. Carola is just going home, so thank you very much. Great job today. So if everyone does everything with everyone else, so if everyone does things together all the time, so we work together, and it's really the case that everyone works in every area. Not everyone can do everything, but everyone does everything, or at least tries to do everything, and we offer support. The future, definitely, and I think this is so immensely important, and thank you very much, Dr. Otto, there should be less bureaucracy in the future. Bureaucracy makes me really reach my limits. I had this following idea, right now I'm developing it for a concept. So companies that pay, if you have a staff of 20 and you do not have any person with a disability employed, you have to pay a fee. And this is an anonymous payment. And you buy yourself free from this, if you will. But I don't think this doesn't have to be the case. I'm developing the concept in which you can take over a kind of sponsorship for a person that needs support. And then maybe companies can establish relationships in this way. Because then they say, let's take a look at how our godchild is doing. The child was sponsored. I mean, 4 times a year, in spring, summer, fall, and winter, they would receive a letter. Maybe similar to the projects in which you sponsor someone in Africa. And then it would say, my godchild, I don't know, Carola, was allowed to go through training as barista, and now she's a barista. And in this way, this fear of coming into contact would no longer exist. I see that often. I can give you a little story. I'm standing in my restaurant. There is a man who looks at me and says, "Where are your disabled people?" And I look at him and I was like, "What do you mean?" And he says, "Well, where are you disabled?" And I said, "Well, maybe there's one standing in front of you." And then he looks at me head to toe and he says, "You're not disabled, no." And then I said, "See, that's exactly the problem. You don't see it looking at the people." Really? And then I really thought about, what was he trying to tell me? What was that about? He came back after a week. And then I asked him, because of course it cannot be that I open the door and say, "Here we have a very severe Asperger's, and after that the person standing has a Tourette syndrome." And then he said, "You know what, honestly, you never see people like that nowadays anymore." And I say, "What kind of people do you mean?" And he says, "Well, you know, these other people." And then I said, "Why don't you visit us more often? And then they will notice that they are not different from us." And what should I say? He's a regular customer now. At least it was before Corona. So, inclusion is difficult, makes you reach your limits, above all the limits of imposed by bureaucracy, but it also gives you so much back. These people have so many things that we have lost. The real, the authentic, you know, they look at you and they talk only to you. And if they say something, they mean it. They really do. And they often say what they mean. I can give you another story. This was in my restaurant, and I say, "Stefan, could you please bring this cup of coffee to table 3? He brings it to table 5. And I said, "Stefan, why do you do that?" He said, "Well, I don't like that other lady." And during the further course, table 3 says, "But may I still have a coffee?" And table 5 said, "Well, I'd like a coffee anyhow, so it's fine." So from a business perspective, it was beneficial. You have to take the people just for what they are. At the end of the day, it helps you yourself to move along. And often you yourself make mistakes that you become so aware of then. It becomes evident. I learn so much. Every day I learn something new. And if I have an annoying conversation, a meeting, particularly with the authorities, where they say, again, "We cannot support you because what you do doesn't exist yet," then I say, okay. I go to the kitchen, and with my Karula, we prepare potato salad, and then again, I know what I'm working for, why I'm doing this. So what I'm trying to say, the future can be designed. The best thing would be that it is fit for people that you inherit it to. It doesn't have to have children, because not everyone has children. But it should be for the inheritors. And the best thing would be sitting on the windowsill, because from there you can administer it all. That was wonderful. Thank you so much. Well, whether Berlin or Munich or Vienna or Hamburg, traveling is still the nicest form of education. And I think that we're allowed to travel is a huge gift. And I think that many people like to come to Munich, take a look at Munich and the community of citizens here. And I think that many want to be kissed by freedom and liberty in Berlin, and that in Berlin you simply can take away a lot of inspiration. And that was the first point of the arena problems. This was the community of citizens, because a city is a community of citizens, and in every city you need this community of citizens. But above all, we still, for us people, because we're mobile people, we need mobility. And for mobility, there are different elements of regulation. So regulatory levels. There are positive regulatory levels and there are very many negative impacts of regulations. And if we're lucky, I am allowed to welcome someone now who is very knowledgeable with this regard. Hello, Ludwig, I see you. Can you hear us?
I can hear you, yes, fully well. Great to have you here. Oh yes, loud and clear, I hear you. Great, thank you very much for welcoming me. Thank you for inviting me. Ludwig, you studied at the Munich University. Tell me more about you. Yes, I also studied at TUM, and I would have liked to be in Munich. My mother was born in Munich, I was born in Munich, and unfortunately I couldn't make it. Well, I'm the head of strategy of the Volkswagen Group components. It's the internal supplier, if you will, to Volkswagen AG with a total of 75,000 staff. And Hans, I think you witnessed that yourself. We are right before a major jump, a big transformation also in the industry. And it's very exciting to be a part of that and to have the opportunity to shape that in part. We've been working together in addressing this transformative process for 3 years, and you can not only talk very fast, but also think very fast and act very fast. So how important is the topic of the regulatory spirit in businesses, especially against the backdrop of transformation? I think it's very important to talk about liberties or freedom, both for businesses and also within society. And this is what previous speakers mentioned as well. I think for businesses you need clear rules and regulations so that market actors move within a set framework. Therefore, you have to have this regulatory element, especially in automotive engineering. And it's going to change for us as well against the backdrop of the change towards e-mobility. I think in the past world, where we had loads of combustion engines, you had the standardized world, safety standards, and so on and so forth. But we see that when we go towards e-mobilities, there are new market actors to be seen. Energy suppliers, for instance. Then we have to talk about like electricity at large and the markets that pertain to that. So we have to address all of these new topics. Okay, regulation means CO2 should be treated as a new currency. So we have a spend between 25 and 600 euros as an equivalent of the damage done by emissions. What kind of breakthrough do we need on the regulatory level when it comes to pricing CO2 emissions? No, I don't want to give you any fixed prices. I think the truth is somewhere in between, in the middle, and maybe it's a 3-digit figure. I would think 1.5 years ago, I listened to Ottmar Edenhofer, a speech from the Berlin Institute of Climate Research, and he gave me a simple example. He said, the amount of CO2 that is still underneath the soil is there and should remain there. We should make sure that this CO2 is not emitted into the atmosphere. So for me, it was quite exciting to think, well, I need to employ the leverage that I have as an executive to do everything to make sure that we can contribute, not to bring everything up from underneath the soil. Fossil fuels especially. And this is especially important for us, and it is one of the reasons why we employ in very aggressive planning, especially when it comes to supporting the e-mobility. I think in the medium term this is going to prevail, not only when it comes to regulations, because you mentioned that currently in our industry we try to meet the CO2 requirements of the authorities and the commissions. I think the situation will change, and from this push market there will emerge a pull market. But to answer your question, I think the figure should be somewhere in the middle. I don't know whether it should actually be 600 euros, because we also have to have a consideration for the burden on the companies. But for a much needed transformation, I think we should definitely opt for a 3-digit figure. Yes, but we have to also talk about red tape in regulation. We know that without regulatory power, we wouldn't embark on a new journey. We wouldn't change a thing. That is something that we also have to emphasize. Bureaucracy has two aspects, two sides to it. We saw that in the CFC field as well. There was a new regulation introduced and was implemented. Now, when we talk about e-mobility and regulation, what is decisive is the new raw materials, new resources that we are going to use. Now, where's the future from your perspective? I try to touch upon it. When we talk about batteries and raw materials that we need for the production of batteries, we need to leave the well-trodden ways of the automotive energy. We had our combustion engines. We knew exactly what kind of materials we needed. There was an increase in efficiency of the engines. But now we see that when we talk about battery electric drives and batteries and raw materials, nickel, cobalt, silicium, and so on and so forth, we are exploring totally new avenues, and we have to tap new raw material markets and sources. So I think we need to promote vertical integration. We have certainly a responsibility and sustainability. This, alongside the regulatory affairs, is one of the most important topics, because we, of course, want to facilitate the introduction of e-mobility. So you have a certain level of responsibility within the supply chain. You cannot say you just procure some components for a motor or for an engine. I mean, you have to show that you have a credibility towards the customers, and you have to take on responsibility for the whole supply chain, from digging out the raw materials to the manufacturing, maybe even a CO2 neutral, carbon neutral manufacturing of batteries, to the implementation, the utilization of batteries, facilitating a second use of the products, and the recycling of batteries. And this is the whole loop that you need to take into consideration of the products that are used in a car. So I think an increased responsibility of all of the actors in the market is to be seen, much more importantly than in the past. Okay, let me repeat what you've said. We are currently producing cars. We sell them on to customers. Customers maybe sell their cars on. And whether these cars end up in Africa, we don't know. We don't care. No responsibility, if I understand that correctly. And you want, through the materials, the raw materials, the batteries, you want to take on responsibility and make sure that the components are brought back into the cycle. Yes, we talk about the reuse concept, and I think in Germany we talk about 73 to 75% of reusability of the rare earths that are actually collected in crisis regions. So 75% of that we can reuse, use for cell manufacturing of batteries. So it's our target to reach 95% at the end of the day. And this is regulated, or is that based on your strategic decision? No, there is no real regulation. I mean, what you said is regulation has a positive side to it as well, especially when it comes to more sustainable drive components. And this is becoming part of the CO2 regulations and laws. I think currently there is no obligation. It's not mandatory. But we as Volkswagen AG made a decision that we want to assume responsibility in order to follow a sustainable path. And very early on we took the decision that when we want to start with our activities at the front end of the supply chain, and not only procure ready-made items, but we want to be fairly independent in our works, and we want to facilitate transparency across the supply chain, and then be able to implement this idea of sustainability. Well, I know you have become a parent. I mean, you and your wife. So the life expectancy of your child is approximately 102 years. This is at least what the statistics suggest. Are you sure you are on the right job, ensuring that your child has a good future? I'm absolutely convinced of my job. I have loved the automotive industry forever. But I'm a bit biased. I think this is one of the most exciting industries you can work for. Now we are talking about transformation towards e-mobility. What, of course, is ahead of us, coming at us, is autonomous driving. So the industry will never be boring for as long as I live, I guess. And so I want to play a part, making sure that we have a more sustainable mobility world. And currently, I feel that there's a lot of room for me to take decisions to shape things, and I'm deeply convinced that e-mobility is the right way, and the industry has made one step in the right direction. I think we have one very exciting decade ahead of us. Okay, and I dramatically opened this arena of problems, pointing out a number of problems that we are confronted with. What do you think will improve in the future? I think the transcontinental cooperation and transnational cooperation is gaining in momentum, and so is the significance of it. I think in recent years, especially in the past 7 to 8 years, we saw some trends that made it more difficult, and now we have seen changes which will result, I hope, in a better interplay of the players, of business players, and I think the sustainability idea, and especially this is a result of the global pandemic, the COVID pandemic. We saw that the whole discussion was heading in the right direction and is now going on. And well, we have started talking about Bitcoin with a major hype, and also energy consumption was pushed back. So in all the political discussions, when we talk about the future of the planet and handing over a clean and sustainable world to the coming generations, have become more and more central, which is something I am welcoming. And I think this idea of sustainability and global cooperation is taking us in the right direction.
Ludwig, Christoph Schlingensief once said, Hans, if you have everything under control, then you're not fast enough. So this is what I also wish for you. It's always a pleasure working with you. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you very much for sharing your experiences and insights with us. You have a lot of insight into the mobility of the future. You see this positively. You're very committed to shaping this future. So thank you very much for joining us. It was a pleasure for me. Hi to everybody. Regulatory forces. For 3.5 years, we have been cooperating with Louis. He's also a former BCG member, then started there. And it's great to see this. It's great to see that there are these wonderful people out there. Regulatory also applies to art and culture. And the regulatory levels in art and culture are worth being discussed. How can you regulate art? How can you regulate culture? Against this backdrop, I would like to welcome Malte now. Please join me here on stage to discuss this question. And Nicola, you please also join us here. Nicola, you're also part of the direction of the managing director in GOP, or at the GOP, and you did a Beethoven production, and before we start discussing things with Malte, you wanted to share your view on this and share your thoughts with Malte, actually. Well, the pandemic triggered different words and word creations, and we are now also using a word very frequently. It is called premier congestion. It's a new term. And last year, we celebrated Beethoven's 250th birthday, and we created a show on this in Bonn. And it was not victim to the premier congestion because the year is over. So it's interesting for me to see how you're going to discuss this. Many things have been planned. We planned this Beethoven show for 5 years. Other shows didn't happen. Shows will happen later. So I would like to learn from you what the Beethoven year looked like last year and what else is being planned and in the pipeline. Thank you. The GOP is supporting us here. It's both in Munich and in Bonn. Bonn is the city where Beethoven was born. Malte, how long have you been managing director of the Beethoven House in Bonn? Since 2012. For 7 years, 8 years? No, 9 years. Wow. Long time, isn't it? Yes, a long time to prepare things. And we had to invest a lot, yes. In 2016, there was a federal and regional consensus reached for celebrating Beethoven's 250th anniversary. It was sort of something that was taken for granted. And with this tailwind, so to speak, we managed to get everybody on board, and we collected almost 40 million euros. We were able to get this money from the different levels, and we planned many different projects. We had a great kick-off until March 2020. I'm representing the Beethoven House, which is a museum where we normally welcome 100,000 visitors per year. In March, or until March 2020, in the first 3 months of 2020, we saw so many visitors that our visitor forecast was increased to 160,000. So there was a huge demand, in other words. And then we had to step on the gas pedal because of the pandemic. And Beethoven became a symbol of what we have seen in the cultural sector in general. All performative arts had to stop working for the simple reason that the core idea of music, theater, of dance is being together, experiencing things together. Social distancing resulted in this foundation being dissolved, and it triggered different things. Beethoven himself, I don't want to delve into detail, but he suffered a lot because he was deaf at the end of his life. He was isolated. He still composed music and played music. And this was also something that everybody during the pandemic was also experiencing themselves. Maybe he was the right jubilee for this anniversary. There was a lot of innovation dynamic, sort of unheard of. And yeah, a premier congestion. That is the viewpoint of producers. And there's a huge need of people to experience things together and live again. After, for many months, music culture was only possible digitally. We have known each other for a bit longer than a year. You are a very conscious manager. You are a very vigilant and a very careful manager, I think. And I often thought you could also run a business that accompanies the transformation. So what is the task of culture in this transformation? Well, I haven't always worked in the cultural sector. Many years I spent at the Bertelsmann Foundation, and apart from that, I worked for the Tellberg Forum in Sweden. Some of you might know it. This is a forum that is similar to your forum. They try to take an intersectoral approach. I also worked at the Salzburg Festival with Chancellor Schüssel at the time. So we organized the Salzburg Trilogue, and we tried to bring different people from different areas together. And the trisectoral thinking is what we need if we see that the SDGs and the planetary boundaries point out a whole arena of problems and challenges that you can no longer tackle in an isolating manner. We need connected thinking. And I would say that this is exactly what culture can do and provide. It delivers the images, the metaphors, the language, the understanding, the reflection upon things that are a huge issue. And culture provides this level or area of reflection and makes us say things, gives us a voice. And therefore, I think that culture is very important for the purpose. Last year, on the 250th anniversary of Beethoven, we planned the Pastoral Project. We wanted to invite artists, and we wanted them to be inspired by Beethoven's Sixth Symphony. We wanted to inspire them to organize their own concerts that deal with the pastoral, with the Sixth Symphony. Nothing happened. We actually wanted to include 200 ensembles, and then Corona kicked in. And we then transformed the entire project. We reinvented it, sort of. And with these 200 international artists, Patti Smith was there, Bianca Checker, and many others. With these artists, we then signed an artist declaration saying that the cultural sector bears responsibility for what is happening in politics and in business is supported. Yunus was the trigger, not going back to normal. Another trigger was also this denial debate that we were watching in the US, where we were stunned at the fact that the most important decision makers are no longer acting rationally, that education is basically denied. And we said we are artists who see themselves as a successor to the Enlightenment, like Beethoven did it. The ideals of freedom, of fraternity, of responsibility is shared by us, is what we support. And there were 400 international artists that signed this declaration. It's the first artist declaration. And ever since, I have been convinced of this at the Beethoven House, including the team and network that we represent. And I now want to also become a change agent. And this is basically what you also mentioned this morning. So we will now focus our balance sheet on the common good economy, because the ultimate question is, what added value can we contribute to society? What is the real added value? And this is exactly what we want to do with this common good economy at the Beethoven House. My friend Gerhard would now say it is already bad enough that community and mankind always looks for added value, because it is basically the foundation of all of us and at the same time the solution. Antonella is sitting here. She has direct access to the federal government in Austria. She also has direct access to the European Union. I think we all have direct influence on policymakers and on politics in general. 2024 will see the 200th anniversary of the first premieres. Now, if you had a chance to put up a demand to the European Union in the area of culture, what would you say? Well, last year I have learned, because we were the sector that was affected most by the lockdown. I mean, culture was particularly affected because we were completely shut down. And this resulted in the question of how essential is culture? If we are the first ones to be shut down and the last ones to be allowed to open again, although there were very few proven cases of risks and infections, well, I think this politicized the entire sector enormously. And in many interviews, I argued, well, maybe we are not essential, but we are relevant for changing society. And I think this is my message, the message that I want to share much more politically now. And my demand, well, it's maybe not a claim or a demand, but it's an offer. So if we have the right framework conditions so that we can act, that we can contribute to this big transformation, we can really make change happen. Let me tell you a brief story. I don't want to talk about the 6th or the 9th symphonies of Beethoven, but I got to meet a woman a few weeks ago, and she told me a story. She told me the story of a black artist in New York that she met for the first time in 1980, and he told her the story of Sam Fuller, a director, who in March 45, as a GI, came to the Beethoven house. So when Bonn was seized, so to speak, he stayed in the house overnight. And we were able to verify this story. So we constructed the whole story, and it really happened. Sam Fuller was really there. Sam Fuller is a well-known producer, and this young black American he inspired. And this black American was Jean-Michel Basquiat. And Basquiat is the pioneer of the African movement, the Afro-American movement in fine arts. So one of the big role models in the area of culture. And the crazy thing is that in the last months, Basquiat, or there were 3 Eroica images of Basquiat that emerged in the last 3 months. He's referring to the 3rd Symphony of Beethoven, because in 1803 it was composed, and in 1803 one of his role models, Louverture, died, who was the Black Napoleon in the revolution on Haiti. And all of a sudden you see that culture creates connections, creates images, becomes impactful for black people in contexts that were inconceivable beforehand, and thus paves ways and paths. And Basquiat, I think, was a pioneer and opened up many new ways that have become matter-of-factish. And these are very important connections for me that can be seen in the area of Beethoven. Okay, Beethoven House in Bonn, always worth the trip and always an inspiration. Thank you very much for being here, dear Malte. Well, talking about the Beethoven House and Beethoven's life, I mean, this is a lot of food for thought. I got to meet Beethoven through the grand son of the doctor of Beethoven, Felix Wegner. He's sitting there in the back. So you are the grand child of the doctor of Beethoven. You showed me a letter at the time of, a letter of Beethoven to his doctor, and how he had described his isolation. But in this one letter, he said that the state budget is full and that his music is dedicated to the poorest of the poor. And Jonas taught me that culture and art are no luxury goods, but a daily human need. So I became an ambassador, although I can't even play a simple song on the piano, but I represent Ludwig van Beethoven wherever I can. I'm very grateful for that. A very special story regarding Beethoven is that hardly any other country honors Beethoven as much as Japan. The Japanese really honor and worship Beethoven, and the Emperor of Japan got a ginkgo tree, which is in the Beethoven house. It is 100 years old, relatively big now. Wonderful seeds, and the seeds of this ginkgo tree should be turned into many ginkgo trees that we can then give back to Japan. Maybe we can do this in the year of 2024. Who knows? Just to give this present back to Japan. So we can take a few trees with us so that we give back more than we received. And this takes me to the 3rd level of the arena of problems. And now I'm switching to English.
How we live together, the regulative power, how we make art. And now about sustainability emphasis, I'm happy to invite 2 great personalities on stage. One is Christina Jäger and Gabriela. Please both come on stage. Sustainability. What's a big word? Christina, you are since nearly 10 years now in the field of social business. First you went to Dhaka, You volunteer yourself at the Yunus Center. Later, I had the great pleasure to work with you over 7 years. A couple of months ago, you have your own boat. You are leading the Yunus Environment Hub. You do everything what we do at the Yunus family about environmental aspect. What are actually your projects? What are you doing? Maybe we start in India or around the world. So share a little bit your performance and your aims.
Sure, thank you, Hans. At Yunus Environment Hub, we design and support social business solutions to environmental issues that will lead us for creating a circular economy and decarbonating our economy. And we do this by supporting existing initiatives through incubator programs and accelerators, where we help social business entrepreneurs to build and grow their ventures. And secondly, we do venture building and set up initiatives from scratch. So in places where there are no solutions yet and where needs are not being addressed, we go in, conduct feasibility studies, we design the solutions, build the business plan, and set up the operations.
Yeah, and you not only talk about, I know it personally, you go to, during the pandemic, you're setting up new fabrics, new projects, and you still travel around. Why are you doing this?
I'm doing this because it's needed. I think we have, our natural resources are depleting. And I don't have own children yet. And actually, that's one of the reasons why I probably don't want to have or will never have own children, because I see that we as like our generation and we at this moment, we are on a really destructive path at the moment. And there will be only a couple of years left, actually, during which we can make a turn before we will have a massive crisis that will be, multiple times bigger than the pandemic that we currently have, that will be overrolling us. So I think it's really, really needed that all and each of us are putting everything that we have and that we can for making a turn on this.
Yeah. Now, so every one of you who want to go into environmental aspect with social business, Christina, you're a really great leader. I see what you're doing, how much you give from your life into these aims. It's really a role model, an example how to do so. Thanks a lot. What are you doing? And a perfect bridge to Gabriela. Gabriela, we both meet 2005 the first time. It was a young woman in Bulgaria. We did a huge event for E.ON. It was the angel on the crew catering. We did this whole event in Bulgaria only with Bulgarians, 650 people we hired at this moment. We kept friendship for over the last 16 years. So today you are working with the government, inside the government, and you have big aims in the government in Bulgaria to give access to sustainability, to give access to every different city. Explain a little bit your work.
Thank you, Hans, for inviting me on the stage. Just wanted to let you know, because in the program I'm presented as a co-founder of Impact Hub Sofia. There is no Impact Hub Sofia. Why? Because 6 years ago, when we tried to implement this initiative in Bulgaria, there are still no critical mass there in the government and in the business sector to understand what social business is, what social entrepreneurship is. So we tried for 1 year to speak with different ministries and administration, and they were like, okay, we are not grown for these ideas. So I decided that maybe it's better to start changing the system from the inside. And for the past 5 years, I have been working as a communication expert in the Institute of Public Administration in Bulgaria. We are training more than 100,000 civil servants in Bulgaria. So for the last 4 or 5 years, I introduced different trainings for these public servants. Topics like social entrepreneurship, social responsibility, green procurement, working with people with disabilities, which is a very important topic in Bulgaria. And I see that in civil servants, they are very fascinated by these, let's call it, new ideas for Bulgaria. But when I ask them, why don't you implement something like this in your administration? And they're always saying, well, the administrative burden is so big and we are barely doing our own work. And the second thing is that there is someone else who is making the decision. So I started to develop a network of young entrepreneurs in the administration that can develop their own initiative, and I believe that we need to put more pressure on governments and on the local government, for sure, for giving more freedom for experiment in the public sector. You know that the public administration is very conservative, and if you want it to change, it has to be, it is changing very, very slowly. But if we put some more pressure on the government, they can give more freedom to the civil servants, so they can initiate, they can give ideas, and they can experiment with new things. So I think we should stimulate the bottom-up approach in public management. The same thing I'm seeing, for example, I'm also, I work as a consultant in communication for the Global Covenant of Mayors for Climate and Energy. There is the same approach. It's a bottom-up approach. So we give power to the municipalities, to the mayors of the city, so they can create climate action plans, so they can develop new urban models for everybody to be more sustainable and to live in more cleaner environment.
Gabriela, I know you had a lot of offers around the globe. You could make your communication in New York, you could make it in Berlin, you could make it anywhere. I really admire you that you keep on staying in Bulgaria. When I had my experience in Bulgaria, I always had the feeling by the 5 or 10% of bad examples on corruption and stuff, the young people get punished twice. First from the punishing inside, and then punishing to be excluded. So whoever want to have an open door to honest people in Bulgaria, and my experience was in Bulgaria always about right the time, more discipline than the Germans often. In my whole projects in Bulgaria, I was always finding best reliable people. So that's, I want to introduce Christina and Gabriela. Then we have the chat with them, then we talk with them. We have now the time to be involved. For a last aspect, by 2024, Christina, what do you wish in 2024 when we celebrate 200 years of Beethoven No. 9? What we should achieve up to this moment?
I think we need to develop circular thinking. I think that was also the topic for the session, which I think is really needed, where we need more awareness for, because currently all our systems, our processes are linear, and that will never have a circular result. And in nature, there is no such concept as waste. The only being is the human being that creates waste. So we fundamentally need to change that, and it starts at the very first step of designing something, be it a product, a service, or a business model. And I see very, very little awareness on that. I lecture in universities with industrial design students, and they learn nothing about sustainability, and they are actually surprised to learn how much power they have, and that really each and every step of how you make a product or a service circular or recyclable starts at the first design step. And but it's not only at the design and at the company level or the producer's level. I think also for us as consumers, we need to radically rethink the way how we live and work. Because in the end, of course, products and businesses need to neglect the current system of designing things that are made for abundance, but also we as consumers have that choice. And often, an unsustainable solution seems more cheaper or more convenient, or maybe both of them. Whereas, of course, it would be better to invest something better in the beginning instead of having to replace a product after 2 years again. So also there something needs to change. And we at the News Environment Hub, we use the method of problem thinking, right? We go out, we see a problem, and then we design the social business solution, and then per se you will become a circular result in the end. So that would be my invitation also for everyone to try out this problem thinking, because that will always lead us to a circular approach.
Yeah, wonderful. Gabriela, what you wish for 2024? You know, the 9th is the European hymn. Bulgaria, we are very happy. It's a European citizens. So what's your wish for 2024?
You know, Hans, I'm a network person. I see now you're gathering here today a lot of people. They're all working in different areas, in different stages of life, but they all have something in common. They want to bring some positive change. They want to work for sustainability. And the fact that they're gathering here today, that means that they want to connect with each other. So I imagine the future of networks. I wish that this network becomes bigger and bigger, and that we can continue to work together for bringing positive change.
Wonderful. Thank you, both of you. Yeah,
It is wonderful, and I just want to clearly emphasize this about Bulgaria. Back when we worked in Bulgaria, and for Eon, there was a huge management conference that was held, and the people responsible there, the CEOs responsible there, said, please do not come to Bulgaria with 100,000 of people from Germany for the organization. I spent 6 months in Bulgaria. I met wonderful people like Gabriela, 650 people. I hired them there, trained them so that they can work with 1,200 managers. This was one of the biggest events I ever was engaged in. We had to found a company which didn't exist. The technology companies are still there. This company is still there. So if you work with people and it's marked by dignity and it's respectful, then relationships are formed which last lifelong. Even if there are big problems, at the end of the day, it always is about, do you have the right friends? And this here was definitely the case. There were several reasons for saying this. Harat and myself often were desperate, and we struggled, and we said, can we make all of this here today possible because of the pandemic? 9 days of a program. First, we wanted to do with the mess in Munich with outdoor, then that was cancelled. Then we wanted to do with the Lenhum, and then they had to cancel, and we thought, oh my God, what should we do now? And then I remembered an old friend of mine who works here, and these two always come together, and I would like to hand over to them the concluding remark for this day. Nicola and Beana Bus, the two of you, as a couple, united in love, and also as a partnership, what did you take away during these days? Thank you very much. And you said, Hans, what you need, we'll do that. You have the physicians, you found a place for them, the artists too. You have a positive approach to everything. You said, I'm in Sardinia, only will come back on Sunday, but you can trust me. Don't worry, I'll bring Nicola too. You're there to be a host. And you guys are so wonderful, so I really look forward to know what you've learned. I normally never am given the last word. Yeah, at home you never can. You never have the last say, but today you can. Isn't that great? But don't get used to it. So let me see, what have I learned? Well, not only today, but what have I learned throughout the week? Because those of you who are only here today, if you go home tonight, you will think, oh my God, what have I heard? I have heard so many things. What to do with this? Where should I start? But actually, I've had that feeling since Monday. I don't know where to put all of these inspirations throughout all of these days. It's so difficult to focus on only 3 things. On Monday, I understood the following because I also philosophized with Professor Fry, and I had the social romantic view thinking of the first lockdown, I think, okay, now everything will be just fine. Then I went to the theater for the first time, Munich, Maximilian Street, after a couple of weeks, and I saw how the car drivers scream at the bikers, and everyone was aggressive. And I thought, wait a minute, this is not in line with what I was feeling and thinking. Everyone has to get along, and it has to be fine. So on one day, this more we and less me is a sentence I take home. And I thought, well, somehow it can work. I mean, that's what we need to achieve. And today, the hummingbird of Hans helped me, because in the past days I thought, oh my God, where should I start? Where is the point of departure? But everyone has to make a contribution, and if everyone just starts doing something, then it helps everyone. That helped me today. And from Peter Schwarzenbauer, who said, we always sketch this incredibly pessimistic picture of the climate crisis. Everything is done via fear. It's fear-mongering. The world will come to an end, and the automotive industry will come to an end. So many jobs will be lost. But here I saw that you actually sketch a picture of where we want to go towards. We should not use fear and fear-mongering too much. That's never a good idea. So these are the 3 aspects that are my takeaways. I don't know what you think. So, darling, you can talk last. Well, the Summer of Purpose, we have the arena of problems, but it's not the arena of problems, but it's the arena of solutions. And that's the great thing, that we found people focused on solutions. Tamara, you said that so nicely earlier. You said that Summer of Purpose is a place of something, and a lot of the something. And I know what you meant. This is so open. You open up your head, you open up your spirit, you open up your heart so widely. Summer of Purpose is a playing field where you can experience so many things, and you communicate, and you can network. There are so many great people that I was allowed to meet during these few days. And it's really a place for lifelong learning, which I think is incredible. And of course I thought about this a lot. Hans just talked about culture. When I met Hans, we had a staff of 20. Nowadays it's more than 1,000. When I met Hans, 20,000 people visited us in the theaters. Nowadays, it's almost 1 million visitors in the theaters. Nonetheless, in the past years, I lost my purpose. Because the world changes. We saw this and noticed it because of the corona crisis. And somehow, the image you had, this comfort zone in which you were, started to become unstable. And that is why I so much enjoyed what you said. The transformation that already takes place right now is an historical one. And for Michael Otto, I was allowed to learn. I mean, you mentioned the hummingbird. And we have a big German entrepreneur. He can, like the elephant, extinguish a fire, but the hummingbird can also. And you know what? One thing I can promise to you, I will be the bearer of a standard. Because in the big game, you think, I can't do anything. What's my impact? But I will be a standard bearer. And what I learned in the past 5 days is we all can do something. We can all help. Every little contribution counts. And what is so great, and then you said this, these 3 words, simply do it. And diversity means to take action, to start acting, which I really like a lot, no matter whether from you, Mr. Otto, or anyone else. I understood it. I got it. Often we go to events and we have the feeling, okay, you were sitting there all day long, you leave in the evening and you're like, well, what did they actually say? But if Dieter Frey says something, I understand it. If Claudia Peu says something, I really have this takeaway. And this is true for everyone who talked during these past days, everyone who was here live, everyone who joined us digitally. We can really take something away. And I really have to say, I mean, it's not over yet, but in the past days, I really found my purpose again. And that is why this event was really something so beautiful and enriching. Nicola Hans is not there right now. So, but maybe still he will hear it. At the beginning you said, this morning, now there's an important person who comes. And if someone actually can do so much, they don't want to hear that they are important. Tamara, Dieter Frey, Claudia Preuss, and of course Hans. You are the heart, the soul, and the heart of the Summer of Purpose. The brain, the heart, and the soul. This is so important, and we are so grateful that you give all of your energy here into the Summer of Purpose. And to all of you, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you.
Shines right.